that's
Okay,
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. It's good to see so many people here. If you'll stand with me and join me, we'll have an invocation by Counselor Salas, and then join me in the pledge.
A reading from the Holy Gospel according to Luke. And in the same region there were shepherds out in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And an angel of the Lord appeared to them, and the glory of the Lord shone all around them. And they were filled with great fear. And the angel said to them, "Fear not, for behold, I bring you good news and great joy that will be for all the people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, who is Christ the Lord. And this will be a sign for you. You will find a babe wrapped in swaddling clothes and lying in a manger." And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly hosts, praising God and saying, "Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace among those whom he is pleased." Amen.
Amen.
Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the snow. Thank you to the road crew and the Parks and Rec guys for getting the streets clear and getting the sidewalks in Midtown done. You guys did an awesome job. Could I get a motion, roll call, please, Jude?
Yes.
Jenny?
Counselor Eby?
Here.
Counselor Letterman?
Here.
Counselor Salas?
Here?
Mayor Crawford?
Here.
Counselor Hooker?
Here.
Counselor Jackson?
Here.
And is Counselor Coughlin via phone yet?
Oh. That's a good question. Counselor Coughlin is traveling. Oh, no, we can't hear you. We didn't hear you. Can you say here? He said he's on the call. Okay. We just can't hear him. Okay. Yeah, he can hear us.
Hello.
Oh, there you
Hello.
go. All right.
Got
Okay,
it?
Jenny.
Okay.
You need to mute that, Nancy.
I'm here.
Okay. You got that, Jenny?
Yes, I do. Thank you. And Counselor Coughlin?
Here.
Thank you. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right. And if I could get approval of today's agenda, please give the chair the ability to move the agenda around as needed.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the agenda as presented and further to allow the chair to move items for discussion as needs must.
Second.
There we have a motion, second. Any final discussion? Okay, well, we want to move some folks up
Do we
to
need
the,
to vote?
oh, yeah. I'm just so excited because today's a great day to be a warrior.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Okay, roll call, please, Jenny.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Hi.
Thank you.
Okay, awesome. And so I'm trying to move these guys up, and if we could we have the winningest coach in the Ruidoso Warriors history please come up and bring your team?
Yeah.
If you're not aware and hadn't been paying attention, these guys won the state championships state championship 3A. Yes, sir. In fine fashion, beating St. Michael's 12-0. 12-0.
Yeah.
We have a proclamation today. So most of you guys don't know out there, but these guys went real close last year. And so they came all the way back. I mean, they went to state and lost out. But this year they really had a mission, and you guys did an excellent job working together as a team. Gave us a lot of pride here in the community. So we're going to let the coach talk in a minute. But before, we want to have a proclamation. Whereas on Saturday, November the 26th, 2022, the Ruidoso High School Warriors football team defeated St. Michael's Horsemen with a score of 12-0 to win the New Mexico State Championship for Class 3A football. And whereas under the leadership of head coach Keith Johnson, these Warriors championship team held a season record of 12 wins and 1 loss, with a team of young men ranging from freshmen to seniors. And whereas highlights of the playoffs leading up to the championship game include wins over West Las Vegas 43-6 and Raton 21-20. And whereas the Ruidoso Warriors football team showed incredible commitment, mental toughness, and sportsmanship attitude, which lead to a successful season, their return to the Ruidoso as state champions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Lynn D. Crawford, Mayor of the Village of Ruidoso, New Mexico, do hereby proclaim 2022 as the Year of the Warriors in honor of the Ruidoso High School State Championship football team, proclaimed this 13th day of December 2022 in Ruidoso, New Mexico. So congratulations. For the people in the room and the millions watching around the world.
Yes, sir. You know, it was such an honor. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for this honor. But our community is awesome. The fans that we had that traveled to Santa Fe on kind of a snowy morning, they all traveled up there to Santa Fe. These young men, it was a great experience. And these young men, they showed great sportsmanship and a true grit and determination. You know, our motto was unfinished business from last year, and they finished it. So real proud of, got some seniors in here, some freshmen and some sophomores and juniors in here, but just great group of young men, and thankful to the community that we have the opportunity to coach in and play for. So we have the trophy here, and this is a part of Ruidoso community. This group of football players did a great job this year. Thank you all.
You have some coaches here?
I do. I have our defensive coordinator, did an outstanding job for us this year. Our quarterback coach and secondary coach, Kate Patterson. Chris Barrero is our defense coordinator. We've got Coach Holland, our defensive line, O-line coach. Coach Mowry, our offensive line coach. And Coach Dimrist, our running backs and linebackers coach here.
Well, thank you guys. We appreciate it. Yeah. And if you guys can kind of sneak in here, Yvonne wants to get a picture, and we want to put it in the next Ruidoso Insider and on our web pages and all that kind of stuff. Can you get them all in there?
Switch.
Yes, and some of you might have to kneel down a little.
Come here, Tim. Get it.
No, we'll just get these guys in there, and it's all about
They
these
kind of
guys.
dwarf us.
Yeah.
Put the trophy on the table there in front of you guys?
Where's it? Oh, Cooper may not let it in.
Yes.
All right, awesome. Thank you. Thanks for bringing it by. Thanks, Coach. Thank you all.
Take that with you.
Good to see you.
He would drop it.
Thanks, Good job. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Coach.
Thank you, man. Thanks, Coach. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Good to see you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Coach.
Congratulations.
Absolutely. Congratulations.
Coach, thank you.
Thanks, Coach. Thanks for getting them together.
So much.
Congratulations.
And that's a real honor, that these guys work so hard for our community, and bring back this championship is a big deal. We appreciate it.
Way to go, Warriors.
Okay, and while we're proclamating,
It kind of sounded percolating.
And we got another guy in here that is he's so young, I don't know how he was able to pull this off. But is Chad around? Where did he hide? There he is. You want to come on up here, Mr. Kaysen?
Yeah.
Hey. Maybe y'all don't know it because he's out of uniform. But Chad was with the state police here for many years, and he's retired now. This is his wife over here. Raise your hand, wave.
Jessica.
Yes, Jessica, and she's in the real estate business. Everybody knows her. She's usually so busy, she didn't get to come out. But anyway, we wanted to honor you for all the things that you've done in the community. What a wonderful family. I've got to know two of his two boys, great kids, great family. But you guys are really the epitome of what the backbone of Ruidoso is, your type of family. So you have an interesting, it's pretty long. I think you had something to do with it, didn't you? Anyway, so whereas on December the 13th, 1972, the 1 in a million, is this the part that you had something to do with? Chad Sterling Kaysen was born in Houston, Texas, to Dr. Wayne Arthur Kaysen. Is it Kaysen or Kaysen? Kaysen. And Rosemary Newton Kaysen. And whereas upon graduation from Del Rio High School, Chad enrolled in Sam Houston State University in Huntsville, Texas, where he graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Criminal Justice degree. And whereas in 1999, having figured it all out, Chad returned to Texas, where he attended a basic law enforcement academy and obtained his first law enforcement certification for the state of Texas. And whereas, while at the academy, Chad applied for law enforcement positions in the Texas Department of Public Safety, the Anchorage, Alaska City Police Department, and the New Mexico State Police. And whereas in 2001, Chad accepted a position with the New Mexico State Police, with his first duty station being the majestic city of Deming, New Mexico. And whereas in 2003, Chad asked for and was granted a transfer to the Playground of the Southwest,
Yeah.
lovingly known as Ruidoso, New Mexico, where he relocated to with great haste. And whereas soon after arriving in Ruidoso, at a rowdy and raucous block party hosted and attended by law enforcement officers from various local and state agencies, Chad's life would change forever when he was introduced to the future love of his life, Jessica Nosker. And they exchanged wedding vows on September the 25th, 2004, and celebrated the birth of their first son, Hayden Sterling, on January 19th, 2005. And whereas God has since blessed Chad and Jessica with another son, Wiley Brand, born on May the 14th, 2007. And whereas Chad spent his entire professional law enforcement career with the New Mexico State Police, where he had been widely recognized by officers and citizens alike for his caring professionalism, friendly personality, and dedication to his family and his community. And whereas on April the 30th, 2022, Chad handed in his badge and gun, retiring, not all your guns, not all of your guns, retiring from the state New Mexico, the New Mexico State Police Department after a long and rewarding career protecting the great people of Lincoln County and New Mexico. And he intends to remain in Lincoln County to pursue new professional opportunities. Now, therefore, the village of Ruidoso hereby recognizes legendary State Sergeant Chad Sterling Kaysen for his spectacular dedication to the health, the safety, and the welfare of the residents and visitors to the great state of New Mexico. Proclaimed this the 13th day of December 2022 in Ruidoso, New Mexico. Congratulations, buddy. That's awesome. You want to say something?
I just want to say thank you, but most importantly, I think it's important that all law enforcement know that Lincoln County has a special place for law enforcement, and it's much appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah. We got to tease with Chad, because most of these guys, they don't smile. They just, you look at them. But he was one of these guys you could always approach and talk to, and we always appreciated that with you.
Thank you, sir.
No matter where you were at, you were always friendly. And,
Congratulations.
we always talk about around here, most people don't get to see our law enforcement until it's a bad day in their life, tragedy or something else has happened. And these guys, And this is one of the things that we've tried to model after is that, community policing where we get out in the community, you're part of the community. But anyway, we appreciate all that you've done. And his son was the, I don't know if he's reigning or whatever, state marksman champion. And just really good kids. And hopefully those of you that don't know this family will get to know them. But thank you for everything you do. Appreciate it.
Mayor Crawford,
Yes.
I think you read that his birthday was December 13th, which is today. Is that correct?
I just went right past it.
Happy birthday.
Okay, so we have to have a happy rendition of, is that going to break copyright laws, clerk? We'll just say a very cheerful, happy birthday. Thank you. And he's still under 50. Oh, you're not? 50 today.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, wow.
It's all downhill from there, buddy.
No, it isn't. You're just starting. That's good.
All right. Well, we appreciate that a lot. Okay, now we'll get back on our agenda. I just wanted to get those footballers out of here. They had things that they needed to go do. So we'll move on to the consent regular items, and we have 18. So I'll be reading them off, and then they've already been reviewed by the council, and so we'll make haste of these. Approval of governing body minutes, October 4th, 2022. Workshop meeting, October 25th, 2022, special meeting. November 1st, 2022, workshop meeting. November 8th, 2022, regular meeting. November 21st, 2022, special meeting. December 6th, 2022, workshop meeting. I thought you only had one meeting a month. Yeah, it doesn't happen. Item number 2, approval of agreement with Cutler Repaving, Inc. through the New Mexico statewide price agreement number 90-805-19-16759 for pavement resurfacing and curb line milling on Hull Road, Service Road, and Reese Drive in the amount of $1,584,741.41, including gross receipts tax. Item number 3 is adoption of Resolution 2022-56, a resolution amending ordinance 2014-06, Village of Ruidoso Personnel Policy, Chapters 8 through 12. Thank you, Councilor Letterman and Coughlin. Spent a lot of time on that with staff. Item number 4, approval of second renewal agreement between the Village of Ruidoso and Hub International to provide professional insurance broker services. Item number 5, approval of state grants and aid for public libraries agreement with the New Mexico State Library fiscal year 2023 in the amount of $10,254.72. Item number 6, approval of amendment of memorandum of understanding between the Village of Ruidoso and the Village of Capitan and the administrative authority of the Village of Capitan Police Department for DWI enforcement activities and reimbursement of costs increasing by $2,000. Item number 7, approval of amendment of a memorandum of understanding between the Village of Ruidoso and the town of Carrizozo as the administrative authority for the Carrizozo Police Department for DWI enforcement activities and reimbursement of costs increasing amount by $3,000. Item number 8, approval of amendment to memorandum of understanding between the Village of Ruidoso and the City of Ruidoso Downs and the administrative authority for the Ruidoso Downs Police Department for DWI enforcement activities and reimbursements of costs increasing by $3,000. Number 9, approval of evaluation committee recommendation of non-award of RFP number 2023-004P E911 address planning and implementation. Item number 10, approval of first renewal agreement RFP number 2022-005P with Pure Technologies US Inc. DBA Wash Water Services for water leak detection services. Item number 11, approval of first renewal agreement with Miller Engineers, Inc., DBA Souder Miller and Associates, RFP number 2022-004P for professional services for master planning and rate analysis. Item number 12, approval of first renewal agreement with Miller Engineers, Inc., DBA Souder Miller and Associates, RFP number 2022-006P for professional engineering services for water resource projects. Item number 13, approval of award RFP number 2023-004 2022-005P to the Agency for Marketing Services for the Village of Ruidoso, authorizing Mayor Crawford to execute contract. Item number 14, approval of recommendation from Lodgers Tax Committee at their regular meeting of November the 26th, 2022 for change order number 1 with White Sands Construction, PO number 23-00455 for the Wingfield House Heritage Center project, increasing the contract amount by $19,084.65, including gross receipts tax. Item number 15, approval of recommendation from Lodgers Tax Committee at the regular meeting of November 22nd, 2022 for critical repair work at the Billy the Kid Scenic Byway Visitor Center in the amount of $124,197.37, including gross receipts tax. Item number 16, approval of recommendation from Lodgers Tax Committee at the regular meeting of November 22nd, 2022 for exhibit budget for Wingfield House Heritage Center in the amount of $48,000, no cents, to include all exhibit furniture, AV equipment, casework, and printing. Item number 17, approval of recommendation from Lodgers Tax Committee at their regular meeting on November 22nd, 2022 to award the Village of Ruidoso Recreation Department in the total of $335,000, no cents, in the special event funding for the special events for the remainder of the 2022-2023 fiscal year. Item number 18, request to schedule a public hearing on January the 10th, 2023 on ordinance 2023-01 in ordinance consenting to the annexation of contiguous territory in the Village of Ruidoso, New Mexico.
I make a motion, we approve those items as read.
Second.
Okay, we have any discussion? None, being none. Jenny, would you give a roll call, please?
Counselor Hooker,
Aye.
Counselor Jackson,
Aye.
Counselor Eby,
Aye.
Counselor Letterman,
Aye.
Counselor Salas,
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and we may lose Counselor Coffin from time to time. All right, now we'll move on to the public input. Thank you, appreciate it. And we have one today for public input. I don't need to read off all the rules because she knows them. Andrea Fernandez. Topic is stuff. So you got 5 minutes.
Thank you. Is this on?
Yes.
Yeah, it's green. Yep.
Okay, thanks. Mayor, council members, community, Andrea Fernandez. It's been a while since I've been here, and that's because I don't feel effective. And so I'm reaching out via email to work on that. So I hope to get some response from those that I have contacted already or will be reaching out. I know that you all are working on some reports like the state of the village, and you'll be preparing for the legislative session. And so I just wanted to share some possible information. It's a piece of the puzzle. I work for, or I'm a volunteer with the Lincoln County Community Health Council, and we have access to this report by Lincoln County Medical Center, which covers Lincoln County, but it talks about health data that could be important to how we continue to shape and create policy. And then this is the Peace Coalition, and they did an amazing, thorough study on childcare and what our needs were. And I'm not sure if you've had a chance to look at it, but the legislature talks about funding and licensing and regulation, and you know, how can we see what our child care needs are so that we can advocate legislatively so that we're making progress. And so also I want to thank you for this lovely newsletter. The mayor report was very community oriented and very soft and very welcoming about the volunteers we have in our community, and I just thought that was great, and grateful to be an informed citizen. I do want to talk to you all about some work that I was doing with Rodney with Parks and Rec before he left. We were talking about how we can be better stewards of our fruit trees. He ordered apple pickers, and he said that he would be willing to invest in pruning, community education, and so I'm not really sure who to talk to about that. I know there's Parks and Rec changes, so he also talked about getting bike racks because we want to work on being a more bikeable community, I ride my bike, and I'd like to be able to park, when I come to City Hall or the community centers. Also, we talked about water refill stations. This is something that is very important. The one-use plastic is costly. It's trash. It's all over the roads. It's twice the size of Texas in the ocean. So we've got to stop. And so the proclamation I would like to work on, some communities have banned the bag, and it's the law that you don't bring your bag. Well, culturally, I don't like law. And so I think if we can make it cultural norm where we encourage people to bring their own water bottle, not because I'm forced, but because it's etiquette. And so I'd like to share more cultural ideas on how we can improve in a way that honors the land and ourselves.
Minutes.
So that's mainly what I'd like to say, but Mayor, I hope to get to visit with you and anyone that's interested in the stewardship proclamation so we can reduce our waste for 2023. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea.
And we'll have the new Parks Director get in touch with you, the one that's taken over some of that stuff. Thank you. Okay, so now we'll move on to mayoral. I got thick lips and a thick tongue today. Reports and presentations. We're going to have introduction of new Village of Ruidoso employees and promotions, and I love promotions, and I love new employees because, as everyone knows, it's in the business community. It is a very difficult thing to attract quality workers, and I know I have a sheet around here because it was given to me. Let me see. Bear with me. Okay, I've done something with it. Does anybody have a copy of the new employees?
It was right there.
I guess I'll have to read it, but I had a nice paper where I'd made some nice, clever little notes.
I think it's on here.
Yeah, it's on here, but I had one that I was wanting to,
If you don't mind, I'll keep looking, because
Okay.
it probably got attached to something.
Yeah.
yeah, and I probably should just use my computer so I would reduce paper usage, but anyway, we'll like to introduce new village employees. For our new employees, we have Stephanie Bilbrow, our museum curator, started November the 28th. Stand up, if you would. Nice to see you. For those of you that don't know, we've been working on the Wingfield Heritage House, which is pretty close to Ace Hardware. It's one of the buildings over by there with the grayish and the red. We're trying to make it look like it was originally when Susan Lutterman's grandma and grandpa lived there. And great-grandma and grandpa, I'm sorry. Anyway, so we've got some exciting things that we hope that you get to help us out with, and we're looking forward to it. So you want to step up here and tell us a little bit about yourself? What was it wrong? Right there, you can talk right there in front of Zachary.
Thank you, Chief.
My name is Stephanie Bilbrow. If you hear me called Stevie, that is my nickname. I will answer to both. I was born in El Paso, but grew up in Chicago. But I have been here for the past 22 years. I went to school. I have my degree from ENMU Portales and here in Ruidoso. I am really excited. This is going to be such a fun project, and it's going to create something really fun and new for Ruidoso. I'm really excited to create something that is going to be engaging for people and a new kind of tourist attraction here. It's going to be fun to kind of dig into all of the stuff that we have for Ruidoso, and we do have a lot of stuff. So you'll see me around. I'll be around. So if you want to get in touch with me, if you know of anybody that has some history here, let me know. I'm on the list for extensions, so nice to meet everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stevie.
And obviously she's not shy. We usually have that issue, but you're on your road. But for those of you that don't know, we're really investing heavily in the history of Ruidoso, the area, Lincoln County. You know, how did we get here? Answering questions like why we didn't end up with Lake Bonito. You know, why is it called Angus Hill? You know, were the Cree Indians here? It was Cree Meadows, Cree this, Cree that, you know, because we get that question a lot. So this is just a little bit of the history, and then the founding families, the geology, all these things will be on display for people to learn more about Ruidoso's history, and then we tie that into our comprehensive plan, our vision for the future. So we're excited about that. Cole Robinson, new employee, animal control officer, started December the 13th. Come on down, Cole, and we get a treat today because we get to swear him in. Chief, you want to come on up? Talk into that one, and then we'll have you tell us about yourself.
Okay.
Okay, nothing to be nervous about here. You're going to have plenty of dogs, and the dog park people will have your phone number on speed dial, I promise you. So if you'll raise your right hand, and then I've got it written down there, and just repeat after me. This is the oath of office of the state of New Mexico, County of Lincoln. I, Cole Robinson, having been appointed to the position of Animal Control Code Enforcement Officer for the village of Ruidoso in the County of Lincoln, State of New Mexico. Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution and laws of the State of New Mexico, ordinances of the village of Ruidoso, and faithfully and impartially discharge the duties of said position to the best of my ability. So help me God. Congratulations. All righty. And so, don't run off. You got to tell us a little bit about yourself, Cole.
Okay, my name is Cole Robinson. I moved here 2.5 years ago from Central California. I know, California.
Yeah,
Coughlin's not here to be able to chime in, so.
Yes.
Good.
I enrolled in ENMU and did a few classes there this last year, and I now transferred to New Mexico State in Alamogordo.
Well, we're glad to have you here.
Yeah,
Appreciate
absolutely.
it. Thank you very much.
Welcome aboard.
Good. Hope you have a long tenure here, and then these guys know what's going on, and we're real happy because the chief, there for a while, just like the rest of the country, we had a lot of vacancies, and now then we're up to where we need 4. Still need 4 more officers that we need vacancies, and we're still needing people in the dispatch and whatever for the first responders. So thank you very much, Cole.
Thank you.
Hope you enjoy it.
Thank you.
Now then, since we're talking about police, we'll go ahead and bring up Bobby Simpson, Animal Control Code Enforcement Manager. He has done a wonderful job. He gets to deal with a lot of he's able to turn bad situations into workable, manageable situations. We get a lot of comments on Bobby. So congratulations, Bobby.
Yes.
He's been promoted effective November the 6th. And he is a pretty good musician, too. So would you like to say anything, Bobby?
Still enjoying my time here with the village. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll continue doing what I do.
And then next thing you know, he'll be retiring. That's the way it works around here.
Still got a while.
You still got a while. Well, thank you for your service and everything you do
Thank
for our
you,
community.
Bobby.
Jeremy Nocella, Parks Foreman, effective November the 6th.
He's not
Is
here.
Jeremy not here? He's on vacation. Well, naturally.
He and Oscar aren't here.
Okay. All right. Well, he does a great job.
Yeah, he does.
And our parks is we have all kinds of shining departments, but they really get noticed a lot with all the things that they do. I believe that concludes the
Oscar.
promotion.
Yeah, Oscar
Okay, he's not on here.
Yeah, he's right there, Oscar.
on the top.
Promotions.
Motion.
Oscar Ulate. He's not here
Yeah.
either. He was out shoveling snow this morning. He's out late. Yeah, Oscar is a handyman. He does a little bit of everything. He's the guy you see around town that always has a cowboy hat on, usually felt no matter what time of a year it is and what the temperature is. But he's very good at what he does. And he was out early this morning cleaning the sidewalks in Midtown for our businesses so that, our people can get in and out safely. So anyway, thank you to those guys. It's always nice that we have people that get promoted from within that are here for a while, and we always love getting new folks on. Okay. We'll move on to another one. We just talked about people retiring all the time and moving on pretty quick. And this person's been here a long time. She's been an integral part of a lot of the things that goes on, especially in an important department like the clerk department. Records, all those things that transition from all the stacks and stacks of stuff just since I've been here. And putting them on Laserfish and having to deal with all the changes that we've had because this village has come a long way since she's been here. I can remember when Rifle and Joe got on here, we were financially upside down. Our water was not so secure. And there was just a lot of things that were in question. So we relied heavily on the clerk's department and people staying in there and staying with it. And she's always been that person, and she's done a wonderful job. But she's reached that level where she can move on to other things. And so we want to recognize a retirement of Bertha De Los Santos.
Yay.
And I was hoping that a wonderful husband was here because he's such another big part of the puzzle. He does a great job for the community. But Bertha, we want to present you with this plaque. Started in January 29, 2002, December the 30th is your last day, 2022. It's in appreciation for your years of hard work and dedicated service to the community and the village of Ruidoso. We hope that you enjoy your retirement.
Yes.
So thank you for your service.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Just thank you. My voice is kind of bad today, so I just want to thank each and every one of you for.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So much of the clerk work is behind the scenes, and you don't really know what they do and how much trouble they keep you out of. They really do. Making sure that we follow the ordinances, open meetings policies, all the different things that we have to stay within. But thank you, Bertha. You'll be missed.
Very much.
Speaking of miss, we might as well go ahead and get on to the next one. This guy, when we first saw him, we weren't sure what we were getting. And when you see him, you'll know what I mean. We had a lot of water issues, as I mentioned, and we were always in hot water with the state, whether it's the, got to know so many of the Mr. Pajacqua and what was the other guy's name? Joe Savage. And those guys, because our paperwork wasn't proper, our 5-year accounting that we have to serve up to show that we're using our water rights correctly, discharge permits. I didn't even know what a riparian waterway was. Y'all? I don't feel so bad. But education on just how rain, snow gets into our water system and into the water columns that we treat the water and how we need to provide a better runoff when we're doing new construction, when we're doing remodeling, when we're doing any of these things, that we take into account what runoff is. And then how do we make sure that we get it back into nature so that it can, naturally be cleaned. And so a lot of these things this gentleman taught us. He was formerly with the state, and he was the guy that was kind of knocking on our door all the time telling us y'all are messing up. And so we were fortunate enough to talk to the state, and they said, yeah, you can have him. And so we really got a treasure. He's still young. He's not retiring. He's just quit. He's moving on back to his home in South Dakota, and he's taking over a big water. He'll be the big poobah up there for the water of near his hometown. And so we're going to miss Eric Boyda. He's educated all of us on how our water system works, where our water assets are. We've been out to them. We've walked them. We've seen the different pressure zones, the elevations, all of the different things, working over our wells, putting us on, asset management. how do we figure in replacing water wells, keeping those things up and water lines and all the things that go with this. So he's given us all a big education. And so now then, we're in the process of trying to find someone to fill these shoes, and they're huge. And so anyway, Eric, come on up here, my friend.
Yay.
They want everybody to sing. So we don't have a fancy plaque for you because you're not retiring. But we just wanted to say goodbye to you. His last day's tomorrow afternoon after we have another meeting. And then he'll be moving to, what's the name of the town?
Rapid City, South Dakota.
Rapid City, South Dakota. So tell all these wonderful people, you see what I mean? I wasn't sure what we got when we got him.
He's a great guy.
No, it's been a great opportunity. It's really bittersweet leaving. I still love working for the Village of Ruidoso, but I can't pass up this opportunity to get back to South Dakota. Rapid City is... Okay, second person to do that.
Yeah.
Rapid City is very similar to Ruidoso. It's just a lot bigger. So it's a tourist town next to the Black Hills, very similar to here, and has a lot of the same issues in their water system. So, Ruidoso wasn't alone in their woes. Other big municipalities have that same issue. But I just really appreciate the opportunity that I've had here. 4 of the governing body that was here when I first was here still on the governing body, and I appreciate that consistency. And the new members, I appreciate everyone. Maybe not Hooker as much as everyone else. But it's been a real pleasure working here. I'm going to miss it, but I want to advocate on behalf of my position. So. I was originally brought on as a water rights and water conservation specialist, and this is my 3rd position that I've had at the village. Now I'm the water resource director. But water rights has become almost kind of the side thing that I've been doing. But when you look at the cost of water rights, on my first day on the village, I had Utana, the previous executive assistant, give me an invoice to sign off for $167,000 for a water right lease on my first day. And when I was first here, we were spending about $370,000 per year on water right leases, on top of spending over $100,000 a year for a consultant to help us with water rights. And so now we've gotten rid of those consultant fees. We've reduced our leases down to only $70,000 a year and on track to get rid of them entirely. So just from a water rights perspective, there's economics in having this position, but you get a lot of bonuses in it. So hopefully you guys keep a position like this in the village. I know you guys will, but hopefully future generations do, because it's worthwhile.
Yep.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Eric.
And then, we've started some additional training. He's got Ashley. She's out in the audience, about in the middle, raising your hand. And, we've started a whole education within the village on water conservation. That's where we learn riparian waterways. And, we're working to learn that this whole area used to be a marsh area. And, you can still see over here by the entrance to the dog park where the water's still standing over there. That lets you know that it's pretty full around here, that it's just slowly seeping in. But we've learned how to take care of that. Years past, people came, and if it was a flat ground, we built on it. An airport, then a golf course. And so we're looking at how do we fix what we've already done? How do we, contribute back to our water resources so that they're secure? And that's one of the big things that Eric has helped us to develop a plan, which we're following, and we will continue to follow. Without water, we don't have anything else. Okay, so, we also have another proclamation. I used to, always joke that Mayor Batten was a proclamation mayor because he had them all the time. And now I see, because we have so many people from time to time that you just need to let people know what they're doing, what they've done, or who they were. And this individual, some of you may have known him, a lot of you may have not, but you've been to his business, K-Bob's Restaurant. the Flying W Diamond Ranch down towards Capitan, certified Black Angus, a rancher here for many years, multi-generational New Mexican, very instrumental in a lot of affairs at the state level. A real wonderful man that gave a lot to his communities. And we lost him just recently to cancer, but he will be remembered, and I'll make sure that his wife Meredith gets this, and hopefully maybe they'll put it on the wall down at K-Bob's. But so continue to go in there. They have a great staff, great management down there, but he will be sorely missed. So whereas Edward Roy Tinsley III, or Ed as he was fondly known by his friends and family, was born on August the 26th in 1952 in La Mesa, Texas, to Roy Tinsley Jr. and Ana Irma Toots Tinsley. And whereas Ed was a hometown hero as a member of the La Mesa Golden Tornadoes football team, from where he left to attend the University of Texas in Austin. Whereas after attending law school and practicing law for 6 months in Texas, Ed embarked on a new mission when he moved to Albuquerque, New Mexico, to open up a Slosky's sandwich shop franchise, thus beginning a long and successful career in the restaurant industry. And whereas in 1992, Ed became the owner of the famous K-Bob's restaurant in Ruidoso, New Mexico, and whereas Ed eventually came to serve as the chairman of the National Restaurant Association in 2006, which Ed considered one of the proudest professional accomplishments. And whereas Ed's passion for raising cattle on the majestic Flying W Diamond Ranch, where he reached the capstone of his legacy of a New Mexico cattleman by developing his much revered registered Black Angus program. And whereas a true Renaissance man, Ed explored the world with his beloved wife and friends, from annual Thanksgiving trips to Mauna Kea, bicycling tours through France, attendance at the Scottish Open, to countless other adventures around the globe. And whereas on November the 1st, 2022, at the youthful age of 70 years, Edward Roy Tinsley III passed from this life surrounded by his loving family. And whereas Ed is survived by his loving and devoted wife, Meredith George Tinsley, and his children, Edward Roy Tinsley IV and Ed Tinsley Booth, and husband Morgan, Edie Tinsley Booth and husband Morgan, his grandchildren, Lawler, Scarlett, Wellington, and Wyatt, his sisters and their spouses, Carter and Ellis Schickelnet, and Kaki and Bo Burris, and many other relatives and friends. And whereas the celebration of Ed's life will be held on Saturday, April 15th, 2023, at Ruidoso Downs Racetrack Chapel. Now, therefore, the Village of Ruidoso hereby recognizes Edward Roy Tinsley III for his outstanding and exceptional service to the County of Lincoln in exemplifying a distinguished legacy, encourages all village and county citizens to recognize and honor him, proclaiming this 13th day of December 22nd in Ruidoso, New Mexico. So Ed was a great guy, and he gave a lot. He was an avid horseman. As you can tell, there's going to be a celebration of life at the Racetrack Chapel. So anyway, if you knew him, go to that. But if not, you missed out because he was a great guy. So, okay, we'll move on.
Well, Mayor, we had Oscar just walk in if you want to point him out.
Oh, I see the
Look
the
for
glasses
that
on the cowboy hat. So, Oscar, you want to stand up?
Come on up, Oscar.
Come on up here. We're going to recognize you earlier. You're the next contestant.
You're
That's
retiring.
it.
You didn't know that?
Yeah. But this is Oscar Ulate, Parks Foreman, effective November the 6th.
Yay.
And I told you the cowboy hat, right? So y'all knew him when he came in. But bright and early this morning, he was down in Midtown cleaning off the sidewalks.
Yes, sir.
And he does a little bit of everything. That's one of the things that we like about him. He can fix and do anything. So, yeah. You a little warm there?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to speak? This is your one chance, man, until you retire.
I really don't have much to say.
You didn't even know you.
I didn't know this.
Oh, okay. Well, we just wanted to say congratulations for your promotion, and we were glad that You're still with us? I remember it hadn't been that long ago you started, man.
Oh, no, it's been 4 years.
Has it been 4 years? Yeah. So thank you for all your
Yeah,
hard
thanks,
work and your
Oscar.
dedication and staying with us. We appreciate it. Now show everybody that winning smile. There you go. Yeah, Oscar. So thank you. Great guy. Get to know him. He does have a great smile. Da-da-da. All right, buddy.
Oscar.
See ya. I think I've got everything but the appointments to the Ruidoso. This is a brand-new board, which we've had several. With the growth of the community, and by growth I mean filling out, development thereof. We have now the Upper Canyon, I can't even remember all of it, where we're looking to really transform that Upper Canyon area. We've started redoing the sidewalks from Suttereth and Meacham up to the traffic circle, and we've got some plans with that, but we've got stakeholders, people that live in the area, some may be here today, that are giving us, their input on what they would like to see and help us get through this. Now then, we have another one. It's the Ruidoso Cultural and Natural History Committee. This is the one that we put together, the aforementioned Wingfield Heritage House, so that we can start looking, collecting, there's cataloging, and then working with Stevie to put all of these things together so that you guys can go see these things. And we expect fully in a few more months, maybe it's a little hasty, but definitely spring, to have little events there where we can have music, maybe one of our local musicians, and open so you can come around and see some historical pictures that are super interesting. Finding out about things about our water rights, some of the geology of this area, the historical significance, and tying it all in to the old mill, and then over to Fort Stanton, and then all the way around to Capitan and Lincoln, and talk about the Billy the Kid, which is just a small part of what this area is known for. The people that lived here, and we're finding out more millennia than we ever thought came through here. We have geological, historical digs that are going on here where they're finding all kinds of pottery shards, things that have been traded from all over the world that we didn't even know were here. And so this will be on for full display, social gatherings, things of that nature. Is there anything you want to say, Susan?
No, I think you covered it.
Okay. So anyway, we have 3, and we're going to have 5 folks on this because you get more than 5 and all you got's a mess. So we have 3 that are located in the village city limits, and we're looking for 2 outside the city limits. People that have a history, a desire for history, maybe some people that have some keen knowledge of stories, but some people that have time to devote to it. And so for today, for your consideration, lady, gentlemen, I guess you'll have to abstain.
Yes.
Oh, I will.
Because you're one of them.
Oh.
Susan Lutterman, she has a lot of historical. This is after all her family's, the Wingfield Park, all the different things that went on. She's a descendant of that. We have Elizabeth Potter, and if you don't know Potter, Elizabeth is in charge of the backpack program for the school. She's retired from Region 9, a very big asset to the community, very helpful. And then my wife, Tracy Crawford. So we've asked that you would put these up for your approval and would like a motion.
Mr. Mayor, my honor and pleasure to approve Susan Letterman, Elizabeth Potter, and Tracy Crawford to the Ruidoso Cultural and Natural History Committee.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please, ma'am.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Hooker.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
And Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Atta boy.
All right.
Okay, and I think since we have, we got a village manager's report. Can you run through that pretty quick? Our manager's off today. They were on their way to Cancun. Report from village departments, Ron?
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, we're going to start off with a presentation. So I'm going to need Chief Chavez here to introduce the presenters. And this is for the actions during the McBride fire. If we could have the presenters up here.
This is Robert Vance with the Sons of the American Revolution. He is here to, let me speak to the council. He is here to recognize some of our heroes that we had during the McBride fire. Some of the events that happened that day, there was only a split second to make those decisions for these guys to evacuate people out. And when they were doing that, they were putting their own lives in danger to get them out. One of our officers, actually, we had to do repair work because he was in the thick of the flames and the undercarriage of his car melted. So we are here to recognize these individuals today.
Can we get Dave Curtis Cutlass? Curtis? Why don't you come on up? You drove all the way from Las Cruces, for crying out loud. He's part of the Sons of the American Revolution. This is the Gadsden chapter. And we appreciate you guys taking the time out and to recognize these folks that responded so quickly, and tragedy was averted because it could have been very tragic for this whole community. So take it away. You would need a microphone. You want to walk over here? Or?
I think I can speak loud
Okay.
enough if y'all can hear me.
We can hear you.
My name is Robert Vance, as the chief said. I'm here representing the Gadsden chapter, New Mexico Society of Sons of the American Revolution. And I want to echo something Mayor Crawford said earlier. Our law enforcement and first responders in general don't receive enough recognition. So we are here to recognize 3 for the McBride fire and another one just for exemplary service. So the first one, if I could get Sergeant Daniel Hildman to come forward.
Yay.
Sergeant Daniel Hildman, on April 12, 2022, village of Ruidoso, New Mexico, was hit with a severe wind event with wind speeds reaching upwards of 90 miles per hour. This resulted in power line going down, which caused wildfire. In short time, that moved quickly into Gavilan Canyon, which required evacuation of all residents in the area. During the progression of the wildfire, Sergeant Daniel Hildman was able to get one person who had suffered burns to emergency medical services. That individual later required further treatment at a hospital. He then drove back into the area located 2 juveniles. Sergeant Hildman transported them to safety, and during this second evacuation, Sergeant Hildman drove through raging fire, placing his own life in jeopardy to save those 2 juveniles. This was evidenced by the fact that his patrol vehicle suffered from some melted parts due to the extreme heat from the fire. During the McBride fire, Sergeant Hildman displayed heroic conduct involving commendable courage, risk, and danger to personal safety while performing life-saving rescue of a total of 3 individuals. The Gadsden chapter, Sons of the American Revolution, is proud to present Sergeant Daniel Hildman of the Ruidoso Police Department, the Sons of the American Revolution life-saving medal.
Oh.
Cheryl, are you getting pictures? Okay. Did you get a good one? Yes.
Congratulations, Dan H.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations.
And if we'd known you were coming, you could have sang the national anthem to open it up. You should have let us know next time. And your daughter, too. And if y'all don't know her, they sing like angels. They do wonderful work. So, and that's impressive, folks, how people act selflessly. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Our next presentation is for 2 firefighters with the Ruidoso Fire Department. Could I please have firefighter Anthony Nance and Anthony Franks join us? And being presented for the same action that they were accrued, so I'm only going to read the presentation once for the both of them, but we do have certificates and medals for each. On April 12, 2022, Ruidoso Fire Department was dispatched to the most catastrophic wildland fire in Ruidoso's history. The McBride Fire took over 250 homes, structures, and buildings within the first operational period. During the first hour of operations, RFD was tasked with firefighting, structural protection, and locking down Ruidoso Middle School due to the rapid fire growth. It was the perfect storm with low relative humidity, extreme high winds, and no communications. Firefighters Anthony Nans and Anthony Franks responded to Gavilan Canyon under very heavy fire conditions and smoke. They searched for victims in heavily populated area. They found 4 people in extreme distress and loaded them into the fire truck and drove them out to safety. One victim was severely burned and was life flighted to a level 1 burn center. As they were driving into the burned area, they also met vehicles that did not know which way to go to reach safety. They were directed to drive south on Gavilan Road. Without the bravery and selflessness displayed by firefighters Nans and Franks, there would have been a larger loss of life. Both firefighters were in harm's way for many hours. Without their knowledge and training in wildland firefighting techniques, they too could have easily been lost. Relying on their training, they remained calm, saved lives. The Gadsden chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution is proud to present firefighters Anthony Nans and Anthony Franks of the Ruidoso Fire Department, the Sons of the American Revolution Heroism Award.
Did y'all scoot together? David, you get over there and then get a good picture so we can get it. Good? All right. Thank you, guys. We're really proud of you.
And our last presentation today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We do have another presentation to make, but that
Truly
person is
appreciate
on
you.
vacation, so we'll do his presentation later.
Okay.
But the last one for today is for exemplary service to the fire department. Could we have Alex C. Davis approach, please?
All right, Alex.
Firefighter Alex C. Davis has performed well above and beyond in these times of the recent pandemic. In the village of Ruidoso, he has contributed in multiple ways of service, multiple areas. From sitting on the employee committee to coverage when fellow firefighters needed help to designing the logo for the department. Firefighter Davis did most of this when he was not running his normal scheduled shifts of 48 hours on and 96 hours off. He logged an additional 1,300 hours of overtime this year, assisting with whatever had been asked of him. Firefighter Davis represented the Ruidoso Fire Department as engine boss, assisting California with the Mosquito Fire and the Sweetwater Fire in Texas. He willingly helped those other state fire departments in fighting those fires, even though he missed some of his own family events. Both states highly praised Firefighter Davis for his professional knowledge, safety, and skills. These myriad things he has done and continues to do on a daily basis. The Gadsden chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution is proud to present Firefighter Alex C. Davis of the Ruidoso Fire Department the Fire Safety Commendation Medal.
Good picture. Thanks, Alec. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And as I stated, we're going to present an EMS employee later.
Okay, Jacob Shriver, yes. Thank you.
To our
Clerk, right there. And we certainly appreciate you gentlemen coming down and traveling down even through the snow.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
And honoring our folks. We appreciate that. Thank you very
We hope
much.
This is the first of many to come.
I hope so too.
Sure, appreciate it. Thank you.
But again, folks, you can see what we have here in the village. A lot of training. These firefighters, wildland fire, it's way different than you have in the urban areas. And we're very fortunate to have them. So always be appreciative. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Drive safe.
Mayor Crawford, moving on the manager's report, we're going to have an update on the convention center upgrades, and Tim Roberts, we call him the Energizer Bunny, because this guy, he goes from location, that all the responsibilities he has from location to location is always running and getting things done, so we really appreciate that.
Good morning, Tim.
Thank you, Ron. That was very nice. Appreciate that. Well, Mr. Mayor, Council, Ron just asked me to come in and give a brief update on updates, renovations we're doing at the Convention Center. Many of you probably have already heard quite a bit. We do updates every 2 weeks during the capital projects update. Before I even mention what we're doing, I would just want to say the new capital projects team is an amazing asset for all of the managers and the directors to have that team behind us to make sure these things get done. That was a great idea, and it's been well worthwhile. So it's a great team, and we're getting a lot of stuff done. So with the convention center last year during the budget session, we came to you and asked for a couple of major, quite a bit of money for some major renovations. The first thing we asked for was to basically redo the entire interior of rooms 4, 5, and 6, retexture and paint all of the walls, replace all of the kick plates on the doors, the cove base, come in and repaint all the door frames. That building is over 30 years old and it's still standing pretty strong. And we started that work in earnest about 3-4 weeks ago now, and we're well ahead of schedule. So they're almost completely done inside rooms 4, 5, and 6. You can walk in and see the walls are all retextured, painted, and they're starting to work on the final touches in that room. Then they're going to move over into the exhibit hall. We're going to be painting 2 of the roll-up doors in the back to match the new roll-up door that we just got put in. That was a big enhancement to the facility. That roll-up door was installed when it was built 30 years ago, so now we have a new modernized electric door, which is great. It was kind of a pain in the neck to winch that thing up and down every time. It also doesn't leak or anything like that. So we've had that installed. They'll move over to the exhibit hall and repaint all of the beams up top. They were repainted a number of years ago, and not trying to cast aspersion on anyone, but it wasn't exactly done well, so there's a lot of overspray, and so we're fixing all of those problems. Right now, something that we were able to work into our regular maintenance budget that wasn't in the capital outlay, we're actually replacing all of the lights in the exhibit hall right now with LED lights. So LeMay Electric is in there right now, replacing all those with nice, softer looking LED lights, so they won't be quite so harsh as well, and also be a lot more energy efficient. Those lights are on a lot, so the more energy efficient we can be, the better. So that's going on right now. They'll finish that project up in early January, and the main renovations will be done in early January as well to get back to business as usual. We've also added acoustical tiles into the exhibit hall. A lot of folks walk in and don't even notice them. They're basically fiberglass boards covered with cloth that we've hung in 20% of the wall space in the exhibit hall, and they kind of blend in. They're actually kind of make the place look nicer too. Not to mention the sound is significantly enhanced. So we're also replacing the furniture in the reception area and the lobby. That was something that the council approved last year too. So we're going to be finishing that project. So it's a lot of stuff that most people probably won't notice unless you're there every single day. But it was necessary preventative maintenance and upgrades that we needed to do, and we thank the council for their support of that. And we're just happy we were able to get it all done in the fiscal year, and we've actually got some time on our ahead of ourselves, so we're a little ahead of schedule. So
that's good.
With that, I'll stand for questions.
Sounds like good
Anybody?
progress.
And I will say this, at least for these projects, no change orders. So, no change orders.
Coughlin will be pleased.
So we can all hear it again?
I say that now, I guess the project's not finished. I
Yeah, you
probably
should
keep
have
my
never
mouth shut.
said that.
If we have a change order, it's going to be recorded, so we'll know that.
So, and you had a little
No
committee.
change orders. No change orders.
You had a little panel that was put together that helps you pick out paint colors, things of that nature.
Yes, we did. So that was an internal panel largely. It consisted of Bernadine and Tracy Crawford, our sales manager. And all the colors we chose were extremely neutral because we have a lot of different events in the convention center. And we try not to be too stark with our color choices so things blend in. And the color we chose in the 4, 5, and 6 matches the carpet better. It was a brown wall with kind of a gray and black carpet, and now the color of the walls is much more subdued. It's a grayish, kind of whitish color that matches the flooring. So I think it looks pretty good.
Awesome.
So, yeah.
Anyway, any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tim.
You.
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, just a couple of other items is last week on Tuesday and on Wednesday, we had training. The first day we had EOC training. We had Danielle Coronado, our
EOC.
Emergency Operations Center, and we went over all the duties of each each director, manager that has during any type of emergency incident. We had a great training. We did some mock exercises. And then on Wednesday, we went over tactical plans for the 2023 upcoming year, and that also was a great, we had great participation from all the managers and directors. I also wanted to just, again, Mayor, you've already acknowledged the street department in the Parks and Rec, but Adam and Josh and Stephen, they're working, as you're always saying, Mayor, they're working managers and directors out, plowing snow, cleaning sidewalks, the facilities. So I also have to just say thank you to these guys for always being there and out there working in the weather. So, and I'll stand for any questions on the manager's report.
Well, you have an extensive report, everything from the past, the parades and all the different things that we've done at Wingfield Park. So if anybody has any questions of Ron, you can get with him later, but it's
Thank you.
pretty extensive report. Horton Complex is looking pretty good. I know the chief will be glad when the consolidated dispatch is up and running. So, okay. Thank you very much, Ron. And now we'll move on to reports from municipal officials. Do we have anything from you, Dr. Jackson?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Just a shout out actually to Parks and Rec as well as the street department. This last week was filled with a lot of events, going all the way from White Mountain Recreational Center with the drones and the movie, moving on then to Wingfield Park lighting celebration, where our Mayor Pro Tem was the master of ceremonies and did an excellent job.
Thank you.
And then the recognition dinners, which I thought was very important and hadn't been done in a long time, and that was for those that contribute selflessly on the boards and commissions. For the village, and it all matters. It matters a great deal. Capping that off with the village Christmas party and the get-together, which now is available, wasn't before, and the capital projects, of course, that are ongoing and in excess of 50. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Hooker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just tell a quick story of driving through Midtown. I got my window down and I'm driving along, and every time I'd go to an intersection, I'm like, who in the world keeps yelling at me? I drive a little bit further, get to the next intersection. I'm like, somebody is just yelling at me. I'm looking around all over the place. It was the music coming out through Midtown. So if you haven't heard that, that's what it is. Nobody's yelling at you. So that's a great thing. And then also at the library, they had Santa come read, and they had a huge attendance. It was really neat to see that. So good times.
Well, I thought you read.
Well, no, Santa.
Santa read.
Santa was there.
Okay, well, we appreciate Santa.
Yeah, he was there.
Showing up over there. Since our retirement, he's filling out pretty good. But you're right, we do appreciate the new sound system in Midtown with the Christmas music.
Yeah, it's great.
Yep, and we'll move down to Councilor Eby.
Oh, well, thank you, Mayor. Just to reiterate everything that Councilor Jackson said, it's really so much going on and so many moving parts as far as people doing extraordinary work and really displaying their ability and talents throughout the village of Ruidoso with all of the events and functions that they oversee and also put on, that it's almost hard to recognize them all. But we try, as is evident with here today, on recognizing those who have done exemplary work. And also I want to thank the Gadsden chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution for coming down and recognizing members of the police and fire department for their extraordinary and heroic sacrifices, and also just it's something that you just do by muscle memory. It's an instinct that isn't in everybody, but those gentlemen showed that they would sacrifice to help their fellow community out and their members out. So we want to say thank you for that recognition, because many people aren't really aware of the sacrifices and the heroic deeds that were done by members of the police and fire department during that particular time. And that just goes to show that during any circumstance that you can rely on the fire and the police around here. So with that, I just want to say thank you for Eric for his time here and his tenure here and all the work that he's done. I do recall that the village manager at that time, at the very first meeting, and when he was brought on and recognized that you all might remember, but she did say, if you want to know what a genius looks like, and she nodded towards Eric. And thank Bertha for her time here at the village and all the work that she's done here. And beyond that, just want to recognize and thank everybody within the village. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Councilor Coughlin, are you still there?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, do you have any comments?
Takes a while to unmute this thing. So, no, not really. Everybody else is covering everything. It's been great, and heard you guys got some snow there today, which we definitely need. So, glad to hear.
All right, that was short and sweet. We'll have to maybe send him out of town more often. Usually he goes on and on and on. Councilor Lutterman.
My battery's getting low, so, you know.
I have just one quick little story. Ditto what everybody said. But just one quick story. When I first, 5 years ago, when I got on the council, and I was on Keep Ruidoso Beautiful committee, and we were talking about our garden. And we were going to have a pond and do all this stuff. And somebody brought up, but Eric Boyda said, we can't do that. And it just so happened that Eric had contacted me and said, okay, wear good shoes, comfortable clothes, and bring a lunch because we are going on a field trip. And I said, okay. And then I thought to myself, oh, I have him one-on-one. We'll get this taken care of. And so Ashley and Eric and I, they traipsed me Eagle Creek, Alto, got to have a beautiful encounter on just a wildlife encounter on the dam. It was just, I had never been on the dam before, and it was just absolutely gorgeous. But anyway, I sat down with Eric, and he was telling me all about wells and everything, and then, so I thought, okay, this is my opportunity. I said, Eric, I'm on Keep Ruidoso Beautiful, and he let me go through everything, and he said, Councilor Lutterman, the village is always talking about good stewards of water, and that's not a good way to use our water, and so we have to lead by example. And I said, okay, sir. And I went back to Keep Ruidoso Beautiful committee, and I said, we can't do that.
Yeah, he's a bummer right off the bat.
Yeah, it wasn't. But Eric, thank you so much. I've been a guest at the Watershed Committee meetings for all these years and have learned so much by just listening to everyone that's on that committee. And Eric has really taken the time to explain to this lady. So, Eric, thank you very much. I will miss you very much.
Oh, boy. Well, we were trying to just push him out the door, but everybody's sapsucking, so we do appreciate what he's done.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, pretty much ditto for everything, including the light parade, even though it was grim at first with all the rain coming in, but I was told that it stopped raining right when the parade started and then started again when it was over. So, I mean, perfect timing and going on that. I do want to make an announcement, and I'm really wanting people to take caution when you dispose of your fireplace ashes. Definitely put them out. Get you that tin can, fill it up with water, set it out on if you have some concrete or something, set it out there for a day at least before you dispose of it in the dumpster. I know we're fortunate we got the moisture here, but according to forecasts, it's going to be a pretty grim winter. And that's where we don't want another McBride fire in the springtime again. So just be cautious on all that. Double check your Christmas lighting, even though they're all up there and stuff, but make sure you got good connections and all that is properly installed. And thank you, Mayor, for letting me flip the switch at the Christmas in the Park event, and the switch worked.
Yeah, did it work?
It worked. It worked.
They always
man.
get me up there, and it's a fake switch every time.
So thank you.
You're more than welcome. And then we'll move on. Just want to remind everybody, get ready. We're getting ready to start strategic planning with all of our departments.
Yes.
Getting all that put together. We do this every year. We're really focusing on tourism because we celebrated another milestone, a historic revenue for GRT, for our gross receipts tax. That's the way the village makes our money, is off of businesses that do well, that collect taxes, sales tax, GRT, and pays it into the village. And so we had another record distribution, and it's usually about a month, 2 months out. So, you know, the village is doing very well, but we're preparing. We all watch the news. We see what's being doom and gloomed. So we're preparing to make sure that we're strong financially. We are. We're strong with our water resources. We are. And that we're strong in our planning, because we are. We have a lot of planning that we're putting into that so that we can keep the tourism dollars coming in, lodger's tax, and all the different things that we use to build amenities, not just for our tourists, but for the folks that are sitting in this room. And then towards the end of January, we'll be talking about this. We'll have the State of the Village, where you can tune in on YouTube or you can show up in person here. And we'll go over tip to stern on things about the village. And then we welcome questions. And also, if you have a question, you can feel free to call up here anytime and we can be reached. But you can also tune in to Monday with the Mayor, 8 to 10 a.m. on Mondays, 1490 a.m. The Mountain. And so that's just our radio station that we have. Call in, you can listen to what's going on, and if you have any questions, just ask. Now we'll move on to public hearings. We have a list over there, Zach, of the public hearings. And this is the appeal of Planning Commission case number CU 2022-39 at 101 Meacham Drive, Ruidoso, New Mexico. And before we get started, this is what's called a quasi-judicial setting where the counselors up here act as basically judges. They're going to listen to the appeal. And we have a process that we go through, so both sides will get to make their appeal. And then there'll be a judgment hopefully rendered at the end. If not, we can ask for some additional information. So I'm going to read the process. Number one, it's an open public hearing. Number two, the public hearing today will be conducted under the procedures mandated by the New Mexico Court of Appeals in Battershell versus City of Albuquerque, which is intended to protect the due process rights of all parties. Under this ruling, the following procedures will apply. A, parties to the hearing will be identified as well as witnesses to the parties that may wish to give testimony. B, all persons offering testimony will be sworn in by the mayor chairman, or other designee of boards and/or commissions who is authorized to administer oaths. C, all persons offering testimony will be limited to the relevant matter being heard. Item number 3, the issue to be decided at this public hearing is an appeal of conditional use approval for the property located at 101 Meacham Drive, Ruidoso. The appellant requests the governing body to reverse the Planning Commission's grant of a conditional use permit for the Class 2 manufacturing of cannabis. Number 4, I, Lynn D. Crawford, Mayor, will limit testimony to this issue. So we'll have people, for the purpose of the public hearing, that interested parties are all going to be identified as Samantha Cerna and Stephanie Waring. They're with our planning and zoning staff. We'll have Michael Moles, did I say that right?
I believe he's on Zoom.
I may be muted. Appellate and all surrounding property owners within 200 feet of the property located at 101 Meacham Drive. Number 6.
Sorry about that. Michael Miles is correct.
Okay, Michael Miles. Okay, thank you,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Thank you.
Item number 6 is I may designate other persons as parties if they can show to the satisfaction of the governing body that they have an immediate, pecuniary, or direct interest in the outcome of the public hearing. Witnesses are those persons designated by parties to present testimony on their behalf. Are there persons present that wish to be considered at this party? You can raise your hand. So anybody that wants to, okay? Are there any members of the governing body who have a conflict of interest? Coughlin, are you there? We may have lost him.
No, I'm here. Sorry, it takes a minute to unmute. I have no conflict of interest.
Okay. And number 8, has there been any outside or ex parte communications by any of the members of the governing body?
No.
No.
Okay. Now then, if you want to speak to this, be a witness there for either for or against, I'll need you to stand up and we'll need to swear everybody in.
You want to check and see about the cruises for tomorrow?
The what? The cruises. You're on a cruise, for crying out loud?
No.
And also,
Tomorrow, maybe.
would everyone state their name that is wishing to be sworn in?
Yeah, you'll need to. If you're going to be a witness, you're going to testify. Mr. Duke, any of the surrounding folks, and the attorney does not need to be sworn in as you're a officer of the court.
The chief may need to swear in.
The chief, you'll need to swear in. Anybody else? Okay. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? I do? I do. Okay. All right, it's pretty simple stuff, but it can get complicated if we don't follow the rules. Okay, we're going to move on to the staff's presentation first. So we'll go ahead with you, Samantha.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the governing body. Here before us is a conditional use approval case CU 2022-394. The date of the hearing before the Planning Commission was October the 4th. They recommended anonymously to approve the request from Mr. Arnold Duke at 101 Meacham Drive. The request was to be authorized to operate a manufacturing Class 2 licensure as designated by the New Mexico Regulations Licensing Division, Cannabis Division. With that, we had a full public hearing that was advertised in accordance with Chapter 54. Testimony was listened to by those within 200 feet of the property and also outside of that 200-foot radius. We had several questions answered by Mr. Duke, mainly concerning parking and impact to the surrounding neighborhood. This property is located off of a principal arterial road, Meacham Drive, and all access is from Meacham Drive. And so that use has been continuous at 101 Meacham Drive. Many of y'all may remember it used to be a ski shop / retail previously. So the use hasn't changed. However, they'd like to expand and have this conditional use afforded to the property to manufacture cannabis products. I'll stand for any questions. We have received an appeal and provided that to the village clerk, which brings us here today. Justification for the appeal that was provided was one, that 106 Sleepy Hollow was not notified. I can assure the council that they were notified by mail. The site was properly posted, and it was posted in the newspaper and the village website and here at Village Hall in accordance with our Chapter 54. The second reason they have stated is city staff stated requirements for parking spaces, but never asked the applicant how many was needed for employees. Our village code requires off-street parking based on square footage. It doesn't matter the number of staff that are employed at the location. It's based on square footage. With our analysis, they are meeting the minimum requirements of parking. We also wanted to ensure that there was not a negative impact to Sleepy Hollow and those residents directly behind this property. And so we reached out to the police department, and at that time, there had not been any records of even code enforcement having to go have a discussion because the commercial operation was impacting Sleepy Hollow. And I'd like to call on Chief Chavez to give us an update from our October 4th meeting to bring us current if we've had any additional complaints on that commercial operation.
I went back to April 1st, whenever the law took effect. And since that time, we've had 7 calls in that area, but none of them apply to this business, and none of them apply to parking violations.
Thank you, Chief Chavez. The third justification that Mr. Miles provided was that city staff did not produce a site plan or in the meeting showing how close Sleepy Hollow Drive was to the facility entrance. Within the case study that has been provided to you all, as well as the Planning Commission and made available online, we do have what is depicted on the GIS maps and Google Map data within the case study that shows surrounding properties. We also have what the zoning is of the surrounding properties, and we've identified the uses of the properties north, east, south, and west of this location. The fourth justification was that city staff did not show how traffic would be impacted and that the site is close to Suttereth and Meacham. While this site is close to Suttereth and Meacham, it is outside of that 200 foot from the actual light and intersection, so a full traffic impact study would not be required by this use being granted for the minimum square footage of this manufacturing. It is manufacturing because they are creating cannabis goods as defined by state statute, but it's no different than some of the other operations within the general area of the commercial district of C2 along Meacham Drive. You have received input that was provided to the clerk's department, hoping for you all to weigh their comments in rendering your decision of this appeal today. Staff has analyzed those comments, and we have analyzed state statute and local ordinances, and keeping that in mind, this use has been weighed through and vetted with our Planning Commission, and they did look at the health, safety, and welfare of the surrounding neighborhood and the properties there. That's what I have for my case. I will stand for any questions later on. I'd like to give the floor to anybody that would like to ask questions of staff.
I'd like to add something first. The two pieces of correspondence that Ms. Cerna is referring to is an email received from Rita Lacano, 103 Jasper Drive, Ruidoso, and then a letter from the Sanders Law Firm. And council does have copies of those in front of them.
Yeah.
Okay. Any of the council have any questions of staff?
I do, Mr.
Go ahead, Dr. Jackson.
And this may be a housekeeping issue, but the citing from the Sanders Law Firm cites conditional use 2022-395, and yet all the information that we have from P&Z is conditional use 2022-394. Is that just an error or
Yes, we do have it as case 394.
394?
Mayor, I have a couple.
Yes, sir, go ahead. Councilor Eby.
You stated as far as because one of the points that they brought up was that there was not the traffic, and you kind of addressed that, but you did state that since they were 200 feet away from a traffic light, a control light, that a traffic study isn't required. I didn't know that. As far as that in order to have to have a required traffic study, you have to be within 200 foot of a control light.
So typically, when we have new site development, we automatically require a traffic impact study. This is an expansion of operations, and so we did not find it necessary because after speaking with Mr. Duke and understanding his business plan, they will not be bringing on additional staff. This use is not open to the public. And so we did not see any need for a traffic impact study, especially understanding that we had not received any complaints from the Ruidoso Police Department that any call cards had been made of having from April 1st until the October hearing.
But it is a retail shop, right?
Yes, it is retail and a museum at this point.
So in a sense, it is open to the public?
The building, the main building that he has painted green is, has public access. Behind that, there's a red building, and in the past it was used as a short-term rental. Now my understanding there isn't any activity in that building, and that is where he'd like to add a commercial kitchen to allow for the manufacturing of cannabis products.
Okay, so it's a separation in where the public comes for retail and where his manufacturing would be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
They're on the same lot, but separate structures.
Thank you.
My question, Mayor, is you mentioned about notifying all the 200 feet radius property owners that you mailed. Was that certified mail?
No, we send them just regular first-class mail, and that's common practice for every public hearing that we have.
Okay. Did you get any letters returned? Not
did not
deliverable?
No, Councilor Sloss, we did not receive any as undeliverable.
Okay, thank you.
What would you say, in also the letter from council that we were given, the welfare of the neighborhood regarding the effect of proposed use upon the health, safety, and general welfare of the neighborhood? Only one conclusion from this attorney's perspective is that it would be negative. What would you say to that?
So we did look at the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood. One of the public comments that Clerk Turry pointed out was that people would be using the marijuana in that general area. That's not legal by the New Mexico state law that was passed. They're not allowed to have public consumption. It needs to be in a designated consumption lounge. And if they are smelling, cannabis from their property, it's probably their neighbor that it's coming from, a private residence. They would not be consuming on-site or allowed to consume on-site at 101 Meacham Drive. And so we don't see that as a impact. Chief Chavez ran the call cards. We haven't had any impact to the health, safety, of welfare, not a single call since cannabis became legal in April. And so I don't think that this is a detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of that general area. Throughout our community, we have residential neighborhoods backed up to our commercial neighborhoods, and that's a common practice of Sudworth and Meacham. This is in line with our 2019 comprehensive plan that had the public weigh in for revitalization. This is a cultural asset as well, as it tells the history of cannabis. He's provided infill as a new business sector for our economy. It's benefited economic vitality. They add to our local tax base. He's created permanent jobs, and it's just a great private investment to a very, as we were discussing, we're trying to do some revitalization to that upper Sudworth, corner of Meacham, Sudworth area, and so when I look at the impact of the welfare of our community in that corridor, I see this as a positive as far as community development.
Anybody else?
I just had one, Mr. Mayor. I was reading the draft of the minutes of the P&Z, and there was a comment by Councilor Cook that I thought might need a little more explanation, where he stated as a question within the committee, it was posed to him, that classifications of codes are set by the New Mexico regulations. And Attorney Cook stated that the municipalities do not have the authority for cannabis regulations. They have the authority for the land use only. Could you expound on that a little?
Just trying to think back what I was thinking in the context of that meeting. The Cannabis Control Act is very broad with regard to what cannabis business owners can do, and very strict in what municipalities or local governments can do in regulating them. In fact, the only discretion that the statute or that the legislature gave municipalities was to adopt time, place, and manner restrictions for advertising, essentially. So beyond time, place, and manner regulations, there's not a whole, you guys can't pass regulations restricting cannabis businesses beyond what's in the statute, which is very broad. And Councilor and Mayor and Council, this is a land use case. It's strictly a request for conditional use on that piece of property. I would caution you against, analyzing this based on what commercial activity is going on there. You're just here to apply the conditional use regulations in your land use ordinances to this particular request by the business owner.
Mayor.
Yes, sir.
I did read in there in the, I think it was in the state's use of, as far as describing the cannabis manufacturing, is that, or was it in our particular?
Talk louder, please, Joe. They can't hear you.
Right. I read in there where it says that the on-site manufacturing, that everything would be restricted to a local retail sales, correct? That anything that they manufactured on that premises here within the village of Ruidoso, under the conditional use, that would be restricted to local retail sales. There was, I believe, somewhere in the minutes where he was talking about the sugar-free, and that he would like to go ahead and expand that to statewide. So if that were the case, then he would have to manufacture, not on that premises, but somewhere else. He would have to relocate if he wanted to distribute. So anything that's manufactured here has to be sold for local retail. Is that correct?
So the rules set forth that you're describing are from the Regulation and Licensing Division. We would not be able to
Enforce.
oversee, yes. We don't have the manpower there to, ask Mr. Duke, are these products going to Alamogordo? But that would be his understanding with requesting his licensure from the state, that he keeps those products here locally.
All right, and there's one other question I'd like to have is that regarding the health, safety, and welfare, and it has come up with other public hearings as far as your surrounding residents talking about the impact to their property values. We just seem to never get any type of realtor input as far as what they believe that a impact to residential values or surrounding business values would be if something was changed. And in this particular case would be this manufacturing, but there have been other cases, so I can't really speak to that as far as the residential values being affected in this case, but I do think that that's an area that we ought to be looking at is the property values and any further, let's just say, requests or, say, appeals.
But then I go to your statement there, Attorney Cook, is that you cannot, and the state's made this very clear, this was all set up over the years to take the power away from the municipalities, that they've put it in, and there's stacks of lawyers that we've already met ready to enforce this. So if we highlight this business as it is cannabis and we think it negatively affects property values, then aren't we doing exactly what they said we're not supposed to do?
Because it's within our ordinance.
But see, so much of that is, believe me, I know a lot of real estate agents, and, you know, a lot of that's subjective.
It is.
You know, business-wise, of course, there's a lot of people that have history here, and I've talked to them. They told me this deal was going to crash 2 months ago. They told me it's not going to be sustainable. That was a year ago. There's so many different things that are subject to that, and then it's who's got the biggest voice. I haven't seen it on property values yet, because I did do some looking at that, but we've never had the boon that Ruidoso has had in a long time. There's not a commercial property in Midtown and around that's vacant, that hasn't been bought in the process of being remodeled or whatever. Lodgers, I mean, our GRT, as I spoke of before, that doesn't even include the cannabis tax that we've received. Just GRT in general is up considerably. You know, a lot of different things are up, and so we've got, I don't even know how many now. Can anybody tell me how many cannabis
22.
shops we've got? 22, 23? There's 15. How many?
19.
Well, I know we have some licensed that maybe haven't opened up yet. And, you know, I've got people that will claim they believe in a free society, you know, that we're about business. Nobody's coming and telling me we've got too many Mexican food restaurants. You know, you need to limit the candle shops. You need to limit this. And we are told that we have to look at this as any other business. I firmly believe that there will be a few of these cannabis shops in the next 5 years. I don't see how all of them, even though we've generated in the village of Ruidoso, if you folks don't know, $800,000 a month for the last 3 months, nearly, each month. The village only gets 4% that. We get around $30,000, $32,000 in some cases. So I think that through attrition and just simple supply and demand issues and longevity business practices, of those things, that some of those will fall out. But again, to one of the questions that we had when we started this conversation a long time ago with the chief here, and even when this guy was the chief, because we fought cannabis for a long time. Joe, you were in on that. Not big fans. We didn't want that everywhere. We didn't want it smelling up and down the streets because we have a family-friendly atmosphere. We work with the businesses downtown to be family-friendly. And so we were beat. And one of the things that we've done is because it is illegal to consume in public. And we were worried about calls with the police department, with the hospitals, staying in constant contact with Chief of Staff, Dr. Otero, Todd Oberhue, the administrative head there at Lincoln County Medical. We were expecting an influx of a lot of medical problems. And if I'm getting way out here, you can shut me down. But we saw some immediately. People didn't understand the potency of some of these things. And since then, we haven't had that. We haven't had the police calls. I haven't walked down Midtown and smelt it. We had a concert at Wingfield Park that briefly we smelt it and it was addressed. We are not Albuquerque, New Mexico on Central where you smell it everywhere. At Santa Fe, where you smell it everywhere. They catch and release criminals there. We prosecute them here. And so those are things that we want, a family-friendly environment. But a lot of the things that I personally thought were going to take hold with the cannabis culture here in our community have not. And so the concern I know a lot of people bring to me is odor. Is that whole area there going to smell like pot? And that's what people don't want to smell, skunk weed, that kind of deal. And so I think that's the big concern. Have we been able to address that?
I do believe
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Yes, this is the council right now asking questions, and then I'll go. Is that you, Tim?
Yeah, this is me.
Yeah,
Tim
go
Coughlin.
ahead.
Okay, so during this matter, we're sitting here as the quasi-judicial, in the quasi-judicial process. The way I understand it is there are entities and individuals who are wishing to appeal the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission. One of the theoretical or hypothetical premises is that it will decrease the property value of the surrounding properties. Do they have any evidence to present that will show that definitely that will decrease, or is this just a hypothetical?
That's what I was wondering.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I don't recall any evidence being presented at the P&Z meeting about the economic impact of this. I may be wrong. Sam, do you remember if there was any evidence presented that the requested conditional use will have a negative impact?
No, and just to reiterate, property values increase 3% annually, thanks to our county assessor.
Yeah, thanks to the
So-
county assessor, so that's his job, not mine.
And it is slightly worrisome
Okay,
if we restrict this commercial opportunity from expanding, because then as a government, we're limiting his opportunity as a business owner. So
Well,
that was
Okay.
analyzed.
Well, in my reading,
I was
that
going
was,
to say then at this point that hypothetical is a moot point because there's no evidence presented, and we have to base any decisions based on evidence that's presented, not just some hypothetical idea that something may or may not happen.
Correct.
Mr. Mayor, we're early on in this this quasi-judicial hearing. This is the village's
this is the
case.
village's position right now. We still have the appellate coming up to present their case. And so that's
Okay.
one
There
of
may
the,
be evidence.
yeah, there may be evidence that shows up. But one of the other concerns was the health,
Yes.
safety, welfare. The health, if there's stuff in the air that people have breathing problems and up here, that can easily be done.
So
That's one of the things I was asking if it's been looked at or addressed.
yes, in compiling our case study, we've made 3 different site visits out to the operation. We have gone on foot around the property and down Sleepy Hollow to analyze, see what the current conditions were. And at no time did we have an odor of cannabis. And Mr. Duke Brian and Mr. Duke have made it very clear that they keep large amounts of cannabis on site. And there was not an odor at all from the exterior of the building.
Okay, does any of the council have any other questions? No? Okay, then we will, just go, hang on a minute, we're getting to that. I was asking these guys if they have any more questions. Now I would like to ask any other persons, parties, that would like to ask questions.
They didn't swear in.
Oh, they didn't swear in.
Mr. Mayor? What if I would recommend that we go to the actual applicant's attorney for cross-examination first.
Okay, since he's actual and nobody else swore in. Except for Mr. Duke. Okay, so is the appellate's attorney available to ask questions of staff?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Mayor and council members, this is Kelly Castles. I'm with the Sanders Law Firm down in Roswell. I've appeared before you a few times, and I appreciate you letting me appear today. I really don't have a great number of questions. It just seems to me that the walking around in the neighborhood as of today wouldn't be applicable to the obviously, there's a certain use that's going on at this location today, but the application seeks to enlarge that use to include manufacturing. So we don't know what the conditions will be in the air or around the property under the additional or conditional use that's being requested, this manufacturing process. I understand that they have to install a commercial kitchen and some different HVAC requirements, but we don't know for sure how it will impact the surrounding ground by walking around the current use, because the current use is going to be different than the conditional use they're asking for.
Okay.
That's the only point I would make from what the staff just said.
Okay.
I don't really have questions to ask of them, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, if I may answer that question, they would be required to bring that building up to standards of a commercial kitchen using the International Building Code that our inspectors here go by. And it would not be any different than a commercial kitchen, say at Casablanca, that's, cooking chili that can be, to some people, a nuisance. And so I do have faith in our environment department, our fire department, and our building inspectors that they will do their due diligence to make sure all proper equipment is installed that will be necessary for mitigating any impact to the neighborhood so that they're able to manufacture this cannabis.
Are there any other manufacturing cannabis locations in town?
We have manufacturers of different classifications, and this is our first out of class 2 though, right? Yes. The other ones are limited to just rolling joints and pre-packaging smaller amounts of cannabis.
Okay, so we're talking about gummies and cookies or whatever?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I think it would be appropriate at this time to ask Mr. Duke, since he swore in, if we could ask him a few questions. Mr. Duke, would you come up, and then Samantha, can you kind of scoot the little roundel over there without it turning off? That's just a microphone. There you go. Good afternoon, Mr. Duke.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Thank you. So you've heard some of the things that are here, and I think the big question that from the appellate's representative was the walk around that the village did was not during production. So obviously, if you're doing production, is there going to be a odor?
Absolutely no odor at all. We do have an odor in this store, which is a little bit hard to detect. We actually keep about $250,000 at our cost, about 30 different strains of flower in the building. You can't smell it outside the building, and there's a lot inside. I think the problem is people don't understand the word manufacturing. So if I may, I brought a few things in my bag I'd like to show, not necessarily you, but the people that are upset, that are apprehensive, because they just don't understand.
Okay.
So may I?
Absolutely. I think that's all in accordance to what we're doing is educating.
So the word manufacturing could mean a lot of different things. So I wanted to have the opportunity to explain to people exactly what we are manufacturing. So we buy something that is called distillate, and this is an oil that is extracted from the this is THC oil extracted from the flower.
Okay.
We are not doing any extracting. We are buying this from someone that does in another location. What we're going to be doing is buying bulk chocolate. This is chocolate chips. Chocolate melts at about 130 degrees. If you drink a cup of coffee, your home coffee maker or Starbucks makes coffee about 200 degrees. So this is a very low temperature melting thing. This oil will be added to this chocolate. This chocolate will be put into molds, and they will just be broken out and packaged. We're going to produce a gummy product, gelatin and pectin both. This melts at 75 to 85 degrees. Again, very, very low heat. Once this is created, the oil is added to the gelatin. That is put into rubber molds, and they are broken out. And that's what we are doing.
So you just heat it, mix it, pour it, it cools.
It's that simple.
Okay,
Now, I
so,
will agree that creating this product from the raw flour is a big deal. There is smell, there are chemicals. There's absolutely no smell other than, same thing if you would put a chocolate bar in your microwave oven. Or if you were to make Jell-O at home, there's no smell. And this is what we are going to do.
okay.
And it's really that simple, and that's why I wanted this opportunity, because I'm a property owner. I have lots of properties and lots of properties here in Ruidoso. And if somebody was going to put a crematorium next to my house, I wouldn't like that. But when you use the word manufacturing, especially to people that don't understand what we're doing, it does create a big concern. And I'm glad to have the opportunity to show the very simple thing that we are doing, and this is our manufacturing.
Okay, and does that have to do with the law and the different classification of cannabis? One has to buy it and bring it all in and sell it already prepackaged? Or what he's asking for is the ability to make his own gummies and his own,
Just to mix this with,
yeah. Okay.
It's a separate licensure to extract would require a higher license.
Oh, and then if he was to extract, he'd have to have a class 3 or 4, whatever.
and I'm not interested in doing that.
Depending on the way they extract it.
Okay. And so you're not really expected to see any more traffic than you already do with people purchasing. Just people, you will have some of your employees that will be back in the back.
Yeah, general public is not allowed to see this happen. They're just not allowed to enter a manufacturing plant, and this is all we're manufacturing.
And so to heat this up or whatever, you will be required to have a commercial kitchen that will be inspected by the health department?
Absolutely correct, yes, sir.
Okay. All right, and then we'll look at the grease traps and all the different things that go on that. Okay. So what would you say if there, and you say there's absolutely not going to be a smell, but how have you handled the things in the past with, parking? Have there been parking issues to your knowledge? People,
I don't work there, and I think in the last month I've been there 2 times. I'm not aware of any parking problems. I am aware that in the very beginning, when we opened in April, that I visited the tenant that rents the house right behind, and I asked this young lady who I know, or casually know, could we park there? And she said, no problem. So we had our employees park there because we did think the first month was going to be crowded. People would come for the novelty of it. Sometime after that, she asked us not to park there. And there had been a few people that had parked on the Sleepy Hollow street. And I am aware from the first time I was here that some of the neighbors were upset about it. So the first thing I did was told my employees, do not park on the street. However, it's legal to park on the street, I believe, if there's no signs that say no parking. And I drove by this morning and there's no signs on that street anywhere that say no parking. However, I can tell you for sure, none of my employees have parked there since we had the last meeting here, because until then, I didn't know that was anyone's concern. And because somebody complained about it, we stopped it. I had a light in the front of the store that was shining in someone's eyes that lives on that street. We took the light down. So any opposition we've had with any problems, we try to correct so it doesn't have to go anywhere past us.
Okay.
But I do understand the concern of manufacturing when they don't understand really what we're doing. And that's why I'm happy to have this opportunity to show how simple this manufacturing process this is. The state says you do anything with this oil at all, it's called manufacturing, and that's what we're doing.
okay. Council have any questions?
No, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify again, for those that might be listening. So at an offsite, because it goes back to the health and welfare and benefit of all and their health issues, and that's kind of my bailiwick. So if you were doing an extraction of tetrahydrocannabinol as a benzene-based ring, that would be an ether extraction or some other process where that oil would then be eluted, and that would be the one that you would get all of the smell from.
Mm-hmm.
Once that process is completed, then it's packaged in this same kind of device, much like nicotine is in an oil, and then that's transported, and you're just using basically droplets of that eluted oil into each of these processes. Is that fair?
That's absolutely correct, yes, sir.
Anybody else?
I got one.
Okay, yes,
Just on
sir.
the HVAC system there, you have to be installing a new HVAC system. Is there any kind of, let's say, special requirements with that HVAC system, or is it, as far as the state taking out?
It's my understanding, as long as it meets the state's requirements for a commercial kitchen, that's all you need.
Okay, all right. So that's set up by the state, and that's a requirement.
That's correct.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I'd like to point out, we do have a consumption lounge located in the heart of Midtown. And to my knowledge, we have not received any complaints of odor coming out of that building.
I had no idea we had a.
I didn't
How
know
long
either.
has that been in business?
About 3 months.
It's right across the street from the old O'Malley's.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes.
It's been stated their HVAC system is working because you couldn't smell it outside.
I mean, I was just by there. Didn't even know it.
The requirements on the HVAC system do prove to be efficient.
Okay. All right. Mr. Castles, do you have any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor, I would just ask Mr. Duke how many parking spaces he has on site there at his location.
Mr. Mayor, if I may redirect that question to myself, Mr. Castles, my staff has done an analysis and site visit. So he is required for this red building that he's proposing, the manufactured area. He would need 2 spaces, and that is at 334 square feet, and he's required per code 1 space for every 350 square feet, and he has a storage room of 163 square feet. And so the main room will be used as office space with no public access, requiring 1 space for every 500. So that's where we get to the 2 spaces needed. Within the green building, the main structure that the public has access to, he needs 9.5 spaces according to his square footage, but we have rounded up. We have told him he needs 10. And so he is exceeding the minimum requirements of our village code by currently providing 12 at his location. He has enough space to create additional 2 spaces if needed. And he is amendable to doing that, as well as offering on-site, off-site parking for his staff at a property he owns, the Thunderbird Lodge. And so at this time, he is meeting the minimum square parking spaces per the square footage of the uses of his property.
And this is C1,
C2.
C2.
I just note from the minutes of the October the 4th meeting, it states that at the top of page 6 of those minutes, Director Cerna stated there is currently a need of 6 additional spaces required per the code to accommodate the expansion of activities on the property. After conducting a site visit, there are no further opportunities seen to expand the parking lot, and there were no off-site parking of vehicles at that time. And at the very first page of that case study that was prepared, Brooke said that 18 spaces were required, and I guess that's why I'm confused at this point.
Yes, Mayor, members of the governing body, Mr. Castles. That was my statement at the time. That was strictly based on information I received from the Lincoln County Assessor's Office of their drawing of Mr. Duke's property that notated each level of the building. And so I did not provide Mr. Duke an opportunity to weigh in on the square footage that was provided to us by the county assessor's office for what he's paying property tax based upon. After the October hearing, knowing that appeal was coming, we did our due diligence, went and conducted a site visit to understand the full impact of this building and the square footage that was being used. And since he has different uses, it's a mixed-use building. He's got retail, he has storage, he has office space, he has a museum, and now he'd like to add on this manufacturing operation. And so not all of the building is being used as depicted in my case study from October. That was under the assumption that the entire building behind the green building would be used as manufacturing operations. And that was an incorrect assumption on my staff's part. but we have received clarification after doing a full site visit with Mr. Duke.
You don't happen to have the case report there handy, do you,
I do.
Ms. Director Cerna?
I do.
I would just look at that on the very first page, Roman numeral 2. Which parts of that are now incorrect? I just want to make sure I understand.
Okay, so if you look at the retail and service establishment, that is strictly based on the square footage. He has a need for 2.5 spaces because he's at 625 square feet. The storage area of the green building and office space is limited to 390 square feet, and so for the code, he needs one for every 500, so he needs one space required. The museum occupies 1,500 square feet, and per the code, he needs one space for every 250 square feet, and so that brings him to 6.
If you didn't swear in, you can't ask questions. Yeah, so that's why we have the rules and I read them.
So the primary difference, it seems, is
You don't have a company truck.
Sorry about that. The primary difference, it seems, is the retail store and service establishment. Initially, the number was, it looked like 7, and that number's been the part that's reduced. Is that correct?
As well as the manufacturing, we had him required to provide 9 spaces. They are not going to be occupying the entire red building with the manufacturing operations. It's substantially less than what, just basing it on the floor plan and his property tax valuation floor plan showed.
And that's just is that building, is it just one, I mean, is it basically the honor system that he's not going to use the entire building for the process? Or are there different rooms in that building?
If I may answer that, I did the on-site visit. I have entered into the proposed manufacturing location. It is derived into multiple areas, one being a restroom facility, 3 side rooms, and a main room, and a kitchen. So the square footage requirements are not required as the restroom facility, so that becomes a dead space per se. The other room was depicted as a manufacturing site along with the kitchen, and then one is for simply storage and the office retail, or not retail, office spaces. So those get configured the same as storage, which then reduces the full amount as pertaining to the code for the strict use of just the manufacturing. So since it's depicted in multiple stages throughout the building, that's where we got the different levels.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now, I'd like to, since maybe we don't do these things very often, and obviously the folks out here don't come to these every day, and maybe I wasn't real clear on how this works. So if there's anybody in the audience that would like to speak, ask questions, because we want, and I think Mr. Duke is honestly wanting to make sure that people are as educated and aware and happy if possible. So that's what I want to do. So is it okay?
Mr. Mayor, like you said, the public often doesn't understand the rules and get confused. I think it would be a good idea to give them another opportunity to swear in.
Okay, so that's good. All right, so what I want to do is if anybody else out there wants to ask questions, speak to this or whatever, if you would stand up and then I'll swear you in. And so then when you have a question of any conversation that comes up, then you can ask the question. Okay, good. And I think it was very simple, but.
And please state your names, please.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, yeah.
My name is Tara Lechuga, Terra. Last name is Lechuga.
Thank you. Sir?
P.D. Cunningham.
P.D. Cunningham.
Gail Cunningham.
Gail Cunningham.
Kay
Key. John Elton. We know John. Okay, remain standing.
Mayor, there are two people on the Zoom call.
Michael
There's
Miles.
two people on the Zoom call.
And I did swear in last time, but I don't think you guys heard me.
Okay, who is this?
Michael Miles.
Michael Mouse,
Helen.
Yes.
the appellate. Okay, is there someone else on?
Yes.
Okay, what's your name?
Sherry Mells.
Sherry Mouse, okay?
Uh-huh.
Okay, and if everyone standing would just raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yeah,
I do.
I do.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Now then, we'll kind of backtrack a little bit just so we can try to get any questions. So to date, to this period, we've had presentation by staff. We've had some inquiry by Mr. Castles, and then we've had a question and answer with Mr. Duke. So is there anybody else out there? We had a question about a black, was it black?
Service truck.
A service truck. Where did I get black? A service truck, company truck on, do you have a company truck?
No, I do not.
Does not have a company truck. So
My companies have company vehicles.
none of your companies, so your employees, they park on your premises.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, that was me interrupting you again. I apologize.
No, go ahead.
Just for the audience's clarification, and for you guys, and y'all know it, but for everybody in the room, this is a quasi judicial hearing. You guys are sitting in your capacity as a judicial body, and it's like you, if you can imagine a courtroom where the prosecutor puts on his case, and then he puts on his witnesses. Let's say a police officer, he does his deal with the police officer, and then the defense attorney gets to get up and cross-examine, where they ask the police officer questions about, his testimony and try to elicit some testimony from the police officer to bolster the defense's case. You guys will have an opportunity when the mayor finishes here with these guys, or when the mayor and council finish questioning, just like Mr. Castles, the attorney, on the Zoom call, you guys can stand up and ask them questions related to the case that they've presented. But at that time, you ask questions. There'll be a later time in this hearing when you guys get to get up and say your piece about why you don't want this appeal to go through. And the reason we have all those rules is to keep it calm, keep it, keep everybody's emotions down, and keep it ordered and orderly. So at this point, if you have questions, stand up and ask questions, but, keep your testimony to a minimum and, keep it real and professional with your questions, and later you'll have an opportunity to testify and give your story to the council.
Mr. Mayor, Zach, in the interest of fairness for them to offer a question, can we have them near a mic so that they can be heard?
Yes, of course.
And my staff and I will stand up as they come up.
Okay. So at this point, if you have a question that you want to ask the staff or Mr. Duke in a cross-examine type situation, now's the time to do it. If you have more of a statement over what you would like or what you don't like or some of those kind of things as it appears, that will come after that. Okay? So are there any questions? And then we'll need you to come up so that the people in Zoom land can hear you through the microphone and it's recorded. So is there anybody that would like to ask a question of Mr. Duke or, okay, come on up, Mrs. Key. Yes, and then there's a little round green thing here that's the microphone. So you can sit down right there and then ask your question.
I have a bunch of questions,
Okay.
but I know I just get one.
No, not at all. One at a time.
I've been reading, and it's been very difficult to read the code because it's not in the same format, this part. So I went to Roswell where it was, and I assume that they're similar. And it said that if you have an owner's truck, a manager's truck, whatever, and I heard you talk about the truck that's gonna carry your manufactured, whatever you're gonna manufacture. So there's some truck somewhere, and you have to allot a parking place for it.
I think how do you get your product to your shop?
I live here.
Uh-huh.
And I have 3 personal trucks, but again, I've only visited that store 3 times in this month.
But that's not the point.
so-
If you have a manager or someone that drives the car and parks there and works there,
Yeah.
you're supposed to, the way I read it, need another parking place.
Okay.
And I would like for us to see exactly what I asked about a site plan and was told that they didn't need one because it wasn't new construction. I'm a 30-year retired realtor. My husband's a retired builder. I just said, oh, thank you. But how do you really know? You all have disbelieved everything that the neighbors have said, and Chuck and I have 58 years on that lot. You think we don't know what the traffic situation is? But that you discredited what we've said without seeing it on a sheet of paper measured out accurately. And I don't think that's fair. It's like you all, because we didn't call the police. Well, we're new to this, and we didn't know to get ready for it. My daughter-in-law is a 21-year victim of MAC lung disease and goes to Denver every 6 months. I know all the dangers, and she probably won't come to see us anymore when they start cooking there. I'm sorry, I'm emotional about it.
No, that's fine. Ms. Serna, do you have anything as far as the employee parking, was that figured into your parking lot number?
Mr. Mayor, our figure is comprehensive of the square footage of operations for the multiple structures on the property. And since it is a multi-use property, that's how we figured the parking space.
So it doesn't stipulate if they're employees or if they're customers?
No, or viewers of the museum or any other type of interest they have of
That's the way you calculated your number.
The only
So why
mentions
did
of
you leave that one out?
It's not, that's Roswell's code. That has nothing to do with Rudo's code.
No, that's not Roswell.
Well, I don't know where you got it because that's not in our code about having a,
Find it, I've got everything in
you know what she's talking about? That it has to have a parking lot for an employee truck or employee?
That was just one more calculation while you were doing all those calculations. 3 for the museum and 6 for the this and 5 for that. And it said 1 additional parking space.
But
Because you're gonna have somebody on duty.
well, what they're doing is she was breaking down the square footage. That's the way we determine parking lots. And she was saying, okay, the square footage of this part of the building is X. And so you need 1 parking spot for this one. This other one, you needed 2.5. Okay, you can't have half the parking spot, so that, when you get to the total, it either matches or it's rounded up. And you came and said that he was required to have 10. It didn't say 1 for employees, it didn't say 1 for anything, and he's got 12. Is that correct?
This was just what I read was in addition to all these other requirements, one of the requirements was a requirement for a truck. And when he said he didn't have a truck, he had gone into great detail about his truck. But he's gonna transport.
I didn't hear anything about that. So how does your product get to your store that you're going to be manufacturing? You go get it and you bring it back in. Let's say you're not driving a truck, you're driving your car, a SUV or something.
All my cars are SUVs.
Okay.
So we're gonna walk it from the red building to the green building, it's 10 feet.
Okay, it's products you already have. Is that what you're saying?
So we're gonna be making them in the building in the back that's red color and carrying it to the building in the front that's green color.
And drive out with it.
I don't work that. I don't know what my trucks, I mean, I have personal vehicles that are trucks.
I think there's a misunderstanding because you're manufacturing this stuff and you're going to sell it in your store.
I don't know what trucks she's
No,
talking
he's
about.
providing it for other dealers.
I do believe I remember, you had stated that you have a distributor's license where you can transport.
So
in the event for him to pick up the oils that he would be
Okay,
using
so
for
just to let people know how this works, is when you have a license, you can pick up products where it's manufactured. and you have to print a manifest. So if the police pull you over, you've got a piece of paper that says, I've got a license to have this product in my car. So I don't have any company vehicles. I have taken my personal vehicles and gone places and picked up product and delivered it. And some people we buy from have a license to bring it to us. What my comment was, that I have the only license in Ruidoso that allows me to deliver to a customer. So if this young lady wanted to buy a product from my store, she doesn't have to come and get it. I have a legal license to deliver it to her residence or her office.
But
I have the only license in Ruidoso.
You
Now, other
said you
people
want
will
to
get it.
supply the state with
Eventually,
these
I would like
products.
to. But
And
we will start delivering
You had
in the
this
near
truck to
future.
transport them.
I don't have any truck to transport, other than my private vehicles. I have no company vehicles. If I did, it'd be painted bright green and have my name on it. And that's a good idea, and I might do that. That's a good idea.
Well, your neighbors
But I
are
won't
gonna
park
be
it
more
there.
than
I'll
happy.
park it somewhere else to get the advertising.
Sure. So, okay, do you have another question?
No.
That was, I thought you had a bunch, because we want to hear.
I do, but I don't want to take up any more time.
Well, that's what we're here for, because we want to get all this stuff vetted. We really do.
Well, nothing was ever said that I heard at these meetings about values of property, and that is laughable. Do you want something that stinks next door to you, and don't you think if it gets there that your value's automatically going to go down because there's nobody that wants to live?
Well-
That smoke is dangerous.
Okay, I think we're getting off, because we've already established we have another one in town that we didn't even know we had, because it's right in Midtown that people walk up and down, we don't smell it. He gave us an example of what he's manufacturing and how he's doing it.
No smell.
So there's not going to be a smell.
There's magazines, scientific magazines everywhere that say on the cover, marijuana smells like skunk. And read of what's happening in San Francisco and in Colorado.
Believe me, I
We're
do.
looking-
We have homeless issues there, people pooping on the, we don't have that here. We're not San Francisco. We're not any of that. That's what this gentleman and his crew that were just awarded, we talk about smoking in public, not allowed.
Yeah.
Okay, drinking, walking down the street drinking, not allowed.
But have
We
you
don't
all
do those
looked
things.
at the news on these places that are having trouble?
Hey, Mr. Mayor, can we get back to cross-examination and then have the lady back up to give her
Okay,
testimony?
yeah, we're supposed to be asking questions. I'm sorry, I'm not used to
Thank you
this.
very much.
Thank you, sorry.
Ms. Keith.
Okay, is there anyone else that would like to ask Mr. Duke or the staff any other questions in a cross-examination fashion?
This is Michael Miles. Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Yeah, a couple things. You know what? I noticed some people have been raising their hands on the Zoom. Is anybody paying attention to the Zoom?
Well, if they did not swear in, again.
No. There's a raising of the hand there that tells.
Oh, are you
you guys
watching of the
when they
raising
want
of the hands? She says she doesn't see anybody.
Yeah, well, I see Sherry and a 575-973 number that had their hands up for quite a while. My question, just
Oh, that was Tim?
my name is Michael Miles. My question to the staff is the 200 feet from the intersection, where do you measure that from specifically?
We measured from the street light to the corner entrance of his property.
Okay, I just measured that on like a Google Maps thing that I have, and it's 165 feet. And I thought you stated it was more than 200.
So when we measured it in person on the ground, it was just over 200 feet.
From the actual light post
Yes, the light
to
post.
his driveway.
Yes.
I would, I paced that off and I came up with much less than 200 the last time I was in Ruidoso. I would actually, I'm not sure that's correct.
And he can testify to that later on, and about how he came to his measurements, and
Okay.
if he has any more cross-examination, this is the time to do it.
Okay.
And that would be just one trigger for a traffic impact study. If we did have multiple calls of this commercial operation being a nuisance to Sleepy Hollow and the neighboring properties, we would have required a traffic impact study, just because the minimum requirements of the code aren't triggering a traffic impact study. That doesn't always mean that we don't ask for one. So if we are seeing.
Okay, so you added that from the last time you spoke about the traffic impact study, which I appreciate. Let me get my thought process here. I noticed that one of the council persons asked for proof. And do you have like a copy of the tape, or do you have proof that shows it's more than 200 feet?
I do not have any physical evidence here to prove to the governing body that they are more than 200 feet from the streetlight.
Okay. The last thing, as far as cross-examination, I think, when the data was presented to planning and zoning, referring to the lawyer Castle's position, was the data presented incorrectly and their decision made on the incorrect data?
In reference to what? The parking spaces?
Yes, in reference to the parking spaces.
Yes, so my case study was compiled of using the information provided by the Lincoln County Assessor's Office that has measured his building in total, and that is what his property valuation is based on for his taxes.
No, I get that, but was it presented to planning and zoning that way?
Can I finish? I took that information
Sure.
and broke it out.
When you defer questions to yourself away from the applicant there, I just thought maybe we could defer them back to ourselves.
The applicant isn't the one that put together the case study. It was myself and my staff, so it's unfair to pose a question to him that was crafted by myself and my staff using local ordinances.
So you're allowed to redirect any question.
I'm allowed to answer questions that are germane to the local ordinance and how we derive these parking requirements.
Okay.
Any other cross-examination?
I'd like to ask some questions.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Sherry Mells, and I have two questions for this. Well, one question for Mr. Duke and two questions for the staff. Mr. Duke, I was wondering, will you be manufacturing rolled joints at your facility?
Sometimes, yes.
He does roll them. Okay, actually, I have another two questions for him. How are your products delivered to your store, and what type of vehicle?
Some of the suppliers deliver to us. Sometimes our employees go get those products. It can be done in anyone's vehicle. Any employee, anybody that goes, you just have to report your license plate, the vehicle VIN number, and everything to the state before making the pickup or delivery.
Okay. Okay, now I have two questions for staff.
May I add?
What is the definition of conditional use?
I'll define that. I'd like to add on to the question that you just asked of the applicant. Parking spaces are set forth within our code as a minimum. Revitalization and infill is a challenge as we see new businesses move in. You can look right across the street at Thriftway and how large of a store that is, and the small amount of parking that they offer for their customers that they serve. So looking at this and encouraging infill can be a challenge, and we have to consider the use and the impact to the neighborhood And that was also something that was analyzed in our planning commission. But just to define the conditional use for you, ma'am, conditional use of our village code. I'm trying to find the verbatim. This is not the definition. Let me see the case study.
He called it Thriftway, and it's no longer Thriftway.
Oh, I apologize, it's Lowe's grocery store.
What's the time of it? It was Thriftway, probably.
Well, I still say Brunel's. Bennett's.
I will too.
How'd you like your tea?
I did. And did you put a little sugar in it or honey?
Good.
I saw the sugar out. Come on, Samantha.
So our definitions define conditional use as either a public or private use as listed in the article. Because of its unique characteristic, it cannot be properly classified as a principal permitted use in a particular district.
She's talking, you're gonna have to unmute her if you're gonna go back, she's talking. Sherry Moles was talking.
Did you mute her, or did she mute herself?
They muted them all.
Oh, she's still,
How'd that happen?
Mayor, tell her we can't hear her.
Hold on a minute, ma'am, we can't hear you. I think now we can.
Okay.
Go start
You can
over,
hear me?
please.
Okay, so I am assuming that you are a planner, the staff, and this is a very old traditional neighborhood where the cabins are probably built in the 30s with extremely narrow streets. And I would say all of the materials are quite natural and blend in with the forest. And so you think adjacent to a residential neighborhood, a bright green building to manufacture, I don't even know exactly what it's called, within a couple 100 feet is appropriate to this little community on the river.
All of the property access is from Meacham Drive, which is designated by the Department of Transportation as an arterial road. And so with that, considering the impact to the neighborhood behind it has been weighed in, and evidence and testimony has been provided to the Planning Commission as they made their decision to allow the manufacturing of this product. As far as you're pointing out that the building is painted bright green, there is nothing in village code that limits paint color schemes.
Okay. Those are all of the questions that I have. Thank you.
Anyone else have any cross-examination style questions? Are you watching the hands being waved?
Mr. Mayor, this is Kelly Castles in Roswell.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? I have to say, Mr. Mayor, I'm caught a little bit off guard because I didn't know the number of required parking spaces had been reduced from 18 down to 12 until just today. And so while we've been talking, I've been trying to read through the code on parking requirements, which is 54-141 off-street parking facilities. And I know that several questions have been asked of staff, and I'm ignorant, so excuse me if this is an ignorant question, but it seemed to me that Mr. Duke said that he was storing a great deal of material. If you look at number, let's see if I get my citation right. Section 54141, and then I think you get down to subpart E, and it goes through and lists out different number of spaces required. And it goes through different sorts of businesses and that sort. And I think that's kind of what staff uses to make these calculations. But one thing that sort of throws me is under number 12 there, it says warehousing, storage, or handling of bulk goods. That space, which is solely used as an office, shall comply with the office use requirements plus one space for each 1,000 square feet of floor area, and then comma, plus one space for each employee on the maximum shift and one space for each company-owned truck, if not stored inside the building. And I guess my question is, it seems to me that if he is, it's obvious that Mr. Duke is warehousing and handling bulk goods. He said that he had the valuable material there. Then the number of employees that he has on his peak shifts is relevant, because each one of those employees needs their own parking space. In addition to, I think, the other spaces that Director Cerna mentioned earlier. And again, I'm not a parking space expert. I thought I had the correct number from the previous hearing, but learning today that now it's 12, not 18. But as I look at that, the question to me is, how many employees does Mr. Duke have at that location? What's the maximum shift? How many people, not are there now, but how many will there be when he's manufacturing this material, and would those number of employees not be needed to be added to the number of parking spaces, this number 12 that has been recalculated as of today? And I just asked Director Cerna that question, I suppose.
Mayor, members of the governing body, Mr. Castles, if you'll recognize within my case study on page 11, one of my recommendations is that they meet the minimum requirements for parking or apply for a variance to deviate from the code requirements. Within the minutes, you'll see where we did discuss that if they weren't able to meet my minimum parking requirements that were placed upon them, that they are to reduce the square footage of their operations, at which point the applicant did offer to eliminate portions of the main structure to meet parking spaces, that they were willing to accommodate that. It is no longer needed after the site visit that we conducted to analyze their spaces. To go ahead and talk about the staff parking requirements, we did not see where we needed to differentiate because of the uses of the building.
May I make two comments on the gentleman's question? He characterized me saying that I had $250,000 worth of pot into a large storage area. He probably doesn't know that $250,000 worth of pot fits on the table that we're sitting at. First point. Second point is, 3 of my employees do not have motor vehicles. They own no cars or motorcycles. They live in my apartments at the Apple Tree, and all 3 of them walk
Across
to
the
work.
street.
Across the street. Those are the only 2 points. I wanted to give him the courtesy of that answer.
Mayor, council.
Reckon,
Come up to the mic.
microphone and state your name again, please.
Mr. Mayor, could I ask Director Cerna just one follow-up question there? I mean, am I understanding that the proposal has changed? I mean, that there's a new,
No, that's not correct. I'll go ahead and let my staff member, Stephanie Warren, finish explaining the uses and how the numbers we derived are based on different definitions.
Mayor, member of the council, Mr. Castles, bringing forth your attention to number 12 of the 141 code. This establishment falls under retail store and service establishment, which has its own separate requirement for storage. That specific number 12 that you are discussing is for a different type of use. That would be a larger facility that is only for warehousing and storage, as his services provide in conjunction with both. It is at a lower certain circumstance and not as a higher operation. that wouldn't be allowed within this district.
Okay.
I was just reading the definition: warehousing, storage, or handling of bulk goods, whether it's marijuana or chocolate or the gummy, whatever the materials are for that. And he says he's storing goods there. I'm just reading it in English, and it seems to matter to the code how many employees they have, and it doesn't say it matters whether they drive or whether they walk. And I maybe misheard Ms. Cerna, but she made it sound like that some change in the proposed use has been agreed to by the applicant. And none of us really, it's hard because none of us know really what we're dealing with at this point. It's been modified apparently, and we may not have any grounds for an appeal, but we don't know for sure what in the heck the plan is. If there's been a voluntary change in the use of his structures, and
Yes, so that is
it's very
correct.
difficult to follow and to make a cogent argument. The target's moving around on us a bit.
If I may address the additional staffing.
Come up closer to the microphone, please.
I'm Tara Lutuga. I'm currently employed at Elevation 6420. I have been hired on as a worker within the dispensary, waiting for this to be approved, learning as much about cannabis and everything that I can and what people desire as far as edibles go. I'm a trained, licensed, certified pastry chef. I've worked within the community with it for the last 11 years at various restaurants, and I worked for Jessica Thomas for Cake du Jour for 6 years. I'm a cake artist, pastry chef, and a chef as well. I am the one that's going to be foreseeing everything. I already take up one parking space whenever I'm on staff, and there will not be anybody in addition to me working in that location unless I need somebody to come over from the building and help me pour something like simple. It's not going to be additional staffing added. It's going to be myself working in the commercial kitchen area only. So I already only take up one spot with my vehicle. Yes, I do have to drive in because I live in Alto. So unfortunately, there are no additional staffing needs for how small the operation is going to be initially. And if we do expand eventually, we're not going to be able to do it in that spot. You know, that's down the road though. We're just trying to get something to produce for our clients.
Can you address the point,
Yes.
Samantha, about, I don't know if you know what I'm going to ask. Did something change? Or what we're looking at right now was what was approved by planning and zoning?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, governing body, Mr. Castles. We do not have a moving target here. My case analysis was based on, as I stated earlier, information provided by the Lincoln County Assessor's Office for the square footage, the total square footage that Mr. Duke pays property taxes for. Understanding that the entire building is not going to be used for the manufacturing operations, we have reduced the amount of parking spaces needed.
Okay. Do we have anybody else? Are you looking to see if there's any hands waved of anybody that was sworn in that would like to ask a cross-examination question?
It looks like Counselor Coughlin has a question.
Counselor Coughlin? Counselor?
I'm sorry, that was earlier. I hit the wrong button on my phone.
And then Sherry again, Sherry Mouse.
Sherry Miles, are you asking another question?
No, no more questions. I apologize.
Okay, no, we just saw your hand was up.
Let me figure out how to put my hand down.
Yeah, I'm like you. This Zoom sometimes is great, sometimes it's not. And if you're asking a question, you weren't sworn in a while ago.
Okay.
I know, but I've already garnered the rules and pushed them out, and that was all I'm going to do because it'll just keep going, and I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay, so do you see anybody else with their hand waved?
No, sir.
Okay, yes,
Not on
ma'am.
Zoom.
come up to the
We're
front.
still in cross-examination.
Yeah, and this is cross-examination questions.
I just have a quick question for staff.
Come up closer because
there.
it's being recorded.
Yeah, right there, that little green thing.
I have a quick question for staff, and I don't remember, there's been so much conversation, I don't remember who asked the question if they had heard from any churches. What my question is, did the staff contact by mail, email, by something, all of the churches to see what they thought? If not, that's not relevant.
Well, we don't have to, they don't have to contact all the churches, just like if they were selling wine, it's within a certain amount of footage.
I understand that.
So
but
do we
the
have a
question
church over
was,
there?
Had you heard from churches? And she said no, which alludes that the churches weren't interested,
Right?
not the fact that they weren't contacted.
Mhm.
That's my
But
only
it's
question.
the neighbors, and is there a church over there? Yeah, I don't know of one.
The churches weren't included in the statute.
Oh, that's right. Churches and
It's just
cannabis
schools.
was just schools. Yeah, see, that was something else. With alcohol, it's churches and schools, and in this, it's just schools.
That's right.
And daycare.
Okay? So are there any more cross-examination questions? Okay,
Mr. Mayor, can I close with a couple of questions?
Yes,
of
please.
Mr. Duke. Mr. Duke, do you have a cannabis manufacturing license?
I believe it's approved by the state and it's held up by this meeting. I mean, they've,
But it's for manufacturing cannabis
yes,
products.
correct.
Do you have a cannabis warehousing license? Either actually have one or have one pending?
Not a warehousing license.
Okay. And you haven't applied for one?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
okay. John, Houghton, he was sworn in, so would you like to come up? You have to be on record up here with the.
I did have a question. The oil that you're using, is it standardized for how much THC is in it? Mr. Mayor, you brought up, that some of this stuff can knock you down. Another of it's like, mild. And then, I don't know who certifies it, who standardizes it, but way back when in the olden days, we knew that some of it was vastly more powerful than others. And so I don't know who certifies it. How do they know how much THC is in it? Do people know what they're getting when they eat this stuff? Back when we'd smoke it, you kind of got an idea of what you were getting while you were doing it. When you ate it, you were committed, and it was just going to play out. So whatever you ate, that's how strong, and it can knock you down, and it can hurt people. And I want to know who is standardizing this, who says how much is in each piece. And, the further question I have is, does the village have liability if people get hurt by this?
No more than we do with alcohol or anything else, but I know that we've asked this question before on consistency, and that this all goes through the state issues, and can you speak to what your license?
Answer those questions.
Okay, please.
So the oil is called distillate. The manufacturers are required to have every single batch tested by the state of New Mexico or by a recognized lab. There was a shortage on labs until, I guess it's called LabCorp, one of the biggest.
Yeah.
They're doing cannabis now in Albuquerque. So when we buy it, we get an actual lab report. The state tells us that we can only make 2 different size doses. And Tara, if I say something incorrect, correct me. For medical edibles, we can sell a 250 milligram piece that's broken down to 10, 25 milligram servings. For recreational, the state of New Mexico has determined that it only can be 100 milligrams. So if we make a candy bar, it has 10 sections of 10 milligrams each. If you make gummy bears, you're selling them 10 gummy bears that equals 100 milligrams. It's against the law to sell a portion for recreational over 100 milligrams. It's against the law to sell in the state of New Mexico over 250 milligrams for one edible product. So it's regulated by the state. So the distillate, the oil that people buy comes with a lab report. So you know exactly the strength of that. And the edibles that you manufacture are also tested by the state. So they keep everybody compliant, that they're not giving them too much or not enough. So it's very regulated.
Then the last thing I had was, it's my understanding that if they expand to distributing statewide and beyond, then the parking would be readdressed. And then also that, I think the counselor mentioned it's just the honor system on how many square feet you're dedicating to this.
Well, I mean,
I didn't hear anybody.
We're inspected by the state all the time. They don't come in and tell who they are usually, but.
Because parking's an issue and,
And I can easily address the parking issue because I own multiple properties within walking distance of that building. And I believe since we had the last meeting here, I don't think we've had any parking issues. Now, this young lady works there. Have we had parking issues in the last couple of months?
There have not been any issues with parking.
Come close.
The only people that park there, that work there, are myself, the owner when he's there, Brian, Mr. Duke as well. And then there's one other guy named Ethan that has a car that he parks regularly.
But nobody's there 7 days a week.
Nobody's there 7 days a week. We do 10-hour shifts, so we're only there 4 days a week, and we split up our shifts between us. So we have basically the 4 spots that are right in front of the red building that we dedicate towards where we can park, but the public parks there as well if there's open spots.
And if parking ever became a problem, I would just tell the employees they're not allowed to park there. And they would just park on one of my other properties. It's very simple. It has not been a problem. The first week we opened, maybe there was a lot of traffic, but I don't think it's a problem at all. And there's also, I've asked my employees not to park on Sleepy Hollow. I believe that it's perfectly legal to park on Sleepy Hollow because there's no parking signs. But even though I believe it's legal to park there, none of my employees have parked there since the last meeting because I was asked by the neighbors not to, and it was easy to comply.
Okay.
That's all I got. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you,
Thanks, John.
All right. Okay. Anyone else? Okay, you need to close this out anyway. You have any other questions?
No, I do not.
Okay, so now then we'll move on to the next, which is where we get into is this more of an opinion piece where people come up and tell why they don't want it? Okay, so this is where you get to express your opinion, and this is where the council will then, if you're in this ratio, that's why we have a list of the people that were in the 200 feet that have what's called standing. Those people will have more weight in the decision than anybody else that wants to speak for, just overall general, or against, and they have to be previously sworn in. Okay. Would you like to come up and say something now? And if there's anybody on the internet that has would like to speak to an opinion. Again, sir, I didn't swear you in either time. It has to be somebody that's sworn in that can come up and speak.
You want to start with the appellate, Mayor?
The appellate, Mr. Mowry, Moles, would you like to say something first?
Yes, if it pleases the mayor and the council members, I would.
Please.
First off, I just want to say again, thank you for letting us air our opinions about this particular application. I don't mean to disparage the people who serve on the planning commission. I know it's a very thankless job, and I don't mean to disparage the people who are on the village's staff. I know theirs is a thankless job. But I do think that for one reason or another, the main criteria, the key test as set out in your village code has not been discussed at all, and it wasn't provided in the analysis portions of the of the proceedings that were delivered to the Planning Commission by the staff, and that is in section in section 54-31. Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
I lost my video a little bit. Oh, there you're back. Okay. In 51-34, and this is in my letter. I'm not going to read you my whole letter, but there's a definition. Use, conditional means either a public or private use as listed in this article, which because of its unique characteristic cannot properly be classified as a permitted use in a particular district. After consideration in each case of the impact of such use on the neighboring land and the public need for that use at that particular location, a permit for a conditional use may or may not be granted pursuant to the requirements of this article. That's the definition. That's the first part I put in my letter to you all. And that hasn't been discussed. If you look at that language, it's not the need of the applicant that is weighed. It's the need of the public that is weighed. Does the village of Ruidoso need has it got a public need for a cannabis manufacturing facility at this location on the edge of this residential neighborhood? That's the question versus the negative impact of that use at that location on adjoining landowners. So that's the question that's before you, and that was before the Planning Commission. I just don't think they had that section in front of them. Is there a public need for an additional cannabis manufacturing facility on the edge of this neighborhood? That's the question. I haven't heard anybody say or talk about the need that is met for the public, not the applicant, the need that's met by granting this conditional use in this residential area. And there's another section there that I was surprised wasn't provided in the materials to the Planning Commission, and it's 54-68, where it talks about approving conditional uses. And it sets out 4 factors that the Planning Commission was supposed to consider in making their decision. And I listed them out there. The effect of the proposed use on the health, safety, and general welfare of the occupants of the surrounding lands, the existing and anticipated traffic conditions, including parking facilities on adjacent streets and land, and the impact upon the natural environment and the effect upon the proposed use on the comprehensive plan. The next paragraph of that section says, this is word for word, the Planning Commission may grant the application by motion, imposing such conditions and safeguards as it deems necessary, or it may deny the application. In reviewing the conditional uses in residential areas, the Planning Commission shall consider particularly the response of adjoining property owners. I don't think there's a single adjoining property owner that has appeared or written in support of this change in use at this location, and that their opinion is supposed to be given considered. Their opinion is supposed to be considered particularly by the governing body, and that, I'm afraid, has been overlooked in the way that this thing has passed. There is no one in favor of an adjoining landowners in favor of this change. So if you just went through those 4 factors, I can't speak to number 4. I don't know how it impacts the overall comprehensive plan. But as to the first 3, I know that you all had heard about in these letters and concerns about property values. It's easy to say that the property values won't be affected. It seems to me that it should have been the applicant's burden to prove that the property values would not be affected. He's the one making the application. But just as a matter of practical sense, you all know and I know that the country is sharply divided on this issue. Half the country opposes the recreational use of cannabis materials. Probably half the country approves of it. It's still a federal crime to use and possess cannabis materials. It's still prosecuted by the Department of whatever it is, the DEA. They're still it's a criminal penalty to use or possess or transport this material. So you've got a use that is illegal to the federal government being expanded next to a residential neighborhood where the residential neighbors are all uniformly opposed to the expanded use. Some people would say it's an illegal use. It's legal under the state of New Mexico, but it's not legal as far as the federal government's concerned, as far as the Drug Enforcement Agency is concerned. That makes it, to me, it's a different sort of a problem. It's different than selling beer, or it's different from selling, I mean, even if you had a bookstore that was selling bad books, those are not crimes under the federal authorities, but trafficking in marijuana and cannabis products is a federal crime. And that's why this is different to those people. And that's why you have to consider the impact that it would have on their property values. If half the buying public is opposed to this use, then half the buying public is not going to be more inclined to buy property in that area if this proposed use is expanded as the applicant has requested. I don't blame the applicant. He's trying to make a living. He said he owns other properties. He could move this new use to one of those other properties in a properly zoned area of the village, it seems to me, rather than seeking to change the use, expand the use there in this neighborhood. It's just a matter of common sense that I'll just have to say it. I wouldn't want to live next to a use that is a violation of federal law, and I wouldn't want to live next to an expanding operation of a violation of federal law. The laws may change in the future, but right now it's an illegal use under federal law. That's why I think it's an important thing for you to consider the neighboring landowners' opinions and feelings about it, because I don't blame them, and I don't think anybody could blame them for not wanting this expanded use in their backyard. And the code tells you you're to give their opinions a particular consideration in making the decision. The provisions of my letter regarding the traffic and parking conditions, well, obviously they're changed because today Ms. Cerna reduced the parking requirements under her calculations from 18 down to 12. I didn't know that. I still don't really understand how she's calculating it. It seems to me that if there is a agreement with the applicant to segregate out part of these buildings so that part of the buildings are in use and part of the buildings aren't in use, that should go back and be made a part of a new application so the public can know what's going on. So right now, we don't have any way to measure whether or not the applicant would be keeping his word. I have no idea how these calculations were performed, what part of his buildings are segmented off and not available for this use. All we know is that somehow an agreement's been reached that's off record. It's not in the record, where he's not going to use some portion of his lands and his buildings for this proposed use. But as near as I read the application, it's for the entire property. There's nothing in any of these materials that I read that part of this application that limits the area of this proposed use to certain portions of his buildings. And I just don't think it's right for an off-the-record, unseen deal to have been struck, and all of a sudden the number of parking spaces has been was 18 down to 12, and I don't know why. I can't understand it, and I don't know how the neighbors ought to be given the right to know what lands he's agreed not to use, what part of these buildings he's agreed not to use, so that could be policed off out into the future. So I still don't know whether he needs a variance, whether he's going to ask for a variance. I don't know whether it seemed to me clear that this is a warehousing he's handling in bulk goods. It doesn't say large storage. It doesn't say large warehousing. It says handling bulk goods. He's handling bulk goods. And under your ordinance, the number of employees he has on each shift is relevant to the inquiry as to how many parking spaces he needs. But none of that's been considered, and I might have been I might have understood all this better if I'd have known that the number had changed on the requirement for parking spaces. I guess there's nothing more I have to say about that.
Okay, thank you, sir. But,
Well, I mean, as far as the parking spaces go, but if you have some questions.
And I asked the question a while ago, and from the staff, Samantha, this was addressed at planning and zoning. So that's what I'm asking.
Yes, Mayor, the goalpost has not moved. This was addressed during the Planning Commission hearing, and it was set forth within the case study in Section 5 of the staff recommendation that they meet the minimum requirement for parking or apply for a variance to deviate from the code requirements, in which they have met the requirement.
Okay, so it didn't change from the planning and zoning ruling and meeting, so that hadn't changed. So that keeps getting brought up, so that's stopped. Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interject there. The notes from that meeting in the front page of the case study say that Ms. Director Cerna said they needed 18 spots. A while ago, she testified that subsequent to that meeting, she went back and they performed a new site survey, and based on that, she changed her numbers down to 12. I think that's true. Is that or is that not true, Director Cerna?
Yes, Mayor, member of the governing body, Mr. Castles, as I stated multiple times this afternoon, we prepared these case studies a week prior to the Planning Commission meeting. That was on my analysis and the information I had on hand. So during the Planning Commission meeting, which you may have been provided to by your client, it was disclosed from the applicant what the uses of the building would be, and they also, because they understood how upset the neighbors were, said that they would reduce the square footage if needed. And so they were willing to come into compliance to make sure they're meeting the minimum parking for the operations of these two structures.
But the point I'm trying to make is nobody knows what that agreement is. And in the body of the minutes from that meeting, you stated that they required 18 spots and that they were 6 short. Subsequent to that, there was a meeting between you and the applicant. Apparently some agreement was reached, and he's reduced his square footage, but none of us know what that agreement is. It's not in the record. It can't be confirmed. I couldn't tell you today what he's agreed to reduce his square footage by, and it just seems a disservice to the public for this off-record deal to have been made, and still today I have no idea what the terms of that are. What square footage did he agree to reduce? Is there a plat somewhere that shows what part of his buildings he's not going to use? It just seems to me that should go back and be reapplied for, and the public should have a right to know what in the world's gone on there.
Mr. Castles, as I stated earlier when I detailed the uses of each building and the square foot of each building, I detailed out what the number of spaces that were required per the use of each structure. This is one component of the conditional use, is to look at the parking to make sure that they're not negatively impacting Sleepy Hollow, which I have addressed. It's not negligence of myself or my staff in addressing this concern. Our conclusion is that they are meeting the minimum parking requirements set by code. During the hearing, it was with the assumption that they were using all of the square footage of the structures, and that was just based on information that I had received. So in clarifying from the applicants, they did notate, the portions of the building that would be used for each type of operation. It was my assumption that they were going to need 18, and that was a week prior to the hearing. That's why we have these hearings, so that we can have a quasi-judicial hearing, hear from, our impacted neighboring residents, and hear from the property owner, and take into consideration local code and staff's report. And so with all of that combined, that's how we've come to the conclusion that they are meeting the minimum requirements as set by code.
Director Cerna, I'm sorry, I did not mean to imply that you were negligent. I don't think you're negligent. All I'm saying is, and I think you just said it again, that some agreement has been reached with the applicant whereby he's not going to use some portion of the square footage of his buildings, but I don't know, I can't confirm what portion of his buildings he's not going to use. The application is for the entire property. There's no plat that shows what square footage he's not going to use. And it just seems to me, and I'm not really directing this as a question, I guess it's more of an opinion to the council, that a plat of the property and a clear depiction of which areas will be available to be used and will not be available to be used ought to go back, and the public ought to be able to know what deal has been struck with this applicant before the special use or conditional use is granted. Because the code says it's section 54-141 that a change of use of a building cannot be permitted until such additional parking spaces as required by this article are furnished. And we just don't know if that's been met. And I know that you have done your calculations, but the public and my client, we have no idea which portions of those businesses those buildings are not available for this special use. And I don't know how we could grant a special use to the entire premises if there's some portion of this premises that he can't use for this conditional use. And that's just my point on that. And I know you're sick of hearing of me, Council and Mr. Mayor, so I'll stop there.
Thanks, sir. Okay, and before Mr. Duke, we're talking about, sounds like the opinions against. Is there someone else that does not? We don't want to keep repeating the same story. Okay, we've heard it. The council's heard it. They're going to have to do their job in a minute. So is there anyone else that wants to say anything opinionated against? Sherry, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I would just like to state that I'm opposed to the conditional use. I'm an architect and own 108 Sleepy Hollow, which is in the affected area, and I don't think it's an appropriate use next to an old residential neighborhood. And that's all I got. And thank you all very much.
Okay, thank you. Yes, sir. And then what I was going to do, because I was looking at the council, because I stated earlier, we want everybody to get their point out. And, and I've already pushed the rules. And so I can't say I'm not going to push the rules again. But the guy over here that's been wanting to speak that we never swore in, if you'll stand up, give us your name, I'll swear you in. Okay, stand up, raise your right hand, tell us your name. And you promise to tell the truth, the whole nothing but the truth, so help you God. Okay, you're going to get to ask a question in a minute after this gentleman. Or not a question, but state your opinion.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
My name is P.D. Cunningham. My wife and I have a home over on Evans Road.
Okay.
I was in the manufacturing business in Lubbock for well over 40, 45 years. Never a day would go by that I didn't have something delivered, nor did I have something that I didn't send out, which required UPS, FedEx, or someone to come by and pick it up. This particular business is located very close to probably one of the 4 or 5 heaviest traffic intersections in Ruidoso. Now then, if the parking to purchase or the parking to deliver or send out stuff gets to a point to where the employees happen to be on Sleepy Road or somebody is on Sleepy Hollow Road as a customer, and an emergency vehicle comes by and can't get down that street, someone is going to have some real liability. And I have had that happen on our street, where an emergency, there was a vehicle, because of over parking, could not go down the avenue, and it caused quite a bit of static. So my only statement is, because of the location of the business, I don't know whether it's a good thought to add the extra employees and add the forethought in the business of this added in and out because of a manufactured product. So that, and the liability thing of the other, Could get to be a real thing, not just for his business, but if that street was blocked and there was a fire or something, and they couldn't get down that street, I'm afraid the village of Ruidoso might have a little bit of liability also. So with view of that, that's
Thank you.
all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Bill Kenyon. We own 110 Sleepy Hollow, and it's within 200 feet of the marijuana place. All I want to point out is that where we live is a unique part of the world. It's a unique area. It's a U-shaped area. It's single lane, and it's very quiet. And so I think it's the unknowns that concern us, and I hate that for Mr. Duke. On the other hand, that's such a unique part of the world in that area. That is why we're so concerned and why we're so defensive. So that's all I had to say.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Mr. Kenyon, you missed your opportunity. I'm over here. Earlier, there was an opportunity for all the opponents to ask questions of the staff and Mr. Duke. Do you have any questions of the staff or Mr. Duke?
I really don't. I think lots of questions have been answered, and I was a businessman for many years, and I understand that you got that property and you hadn't made a lot of money with that property over several years, and I understand his concern too, and his trying to make a living with that, and I understand that. So it's just the concern we have for a unique area in this whole part of the country.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for hearing me.
Bet. Mr. Duke, would you like to speak?
I would just like to say, the whole issue.
All right, here, we got to get you up here so they can hear you clear.
The whole issue seems to be parking, and if it ever becomes a problem, we will address it. Currently, we do have employees parking there. It's easy to tell employees, don't park there. So if it does become a problem, we would certainly address it. I have a friend that has a property on Sleepy Hollow, and we were even parking in his place, and it's just 60 or 70 feet, I think, maybe 80 feet. But I decided I didn't want them parking there either. So anytime that anybody has ever called me to address a problem with any of my businesses, my cell phone's public, and I will address it. And if parking ever becomes a problem, I will take care of it by not allowing any employees to park there. It's a very simple thing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, Tara Lechuga again. I would like to just simply state that, one of the main reasons why we were looking to be able to make simple edibles for public use, for medicinal use, for recreational use, is simply because we are at the mercy of getting all of our products from everywhere else in the state, driving, upwards of 4 to 6 hours to go grab, bring back, package, sell. This is cutting out the middleman. This is basically, we are the only locally owned and operated dispensary within the Ruidoso town limits as well as in the surrounding areas. We have to be able to, we're at the mercy of everybody else. And that's really why we are so limited and what we can provide, what we can do. Me personally, the reason why I got involved in this is because my grandmother died from leukemia. And the only thing that she could do was to take edibles at a medicinal level in Colorado. And our medicinal edibles that we have like 2 or 3 different types, and that's it. And that's all we can provide to the medicinal patients because that's all we're allowed to get. If we can be able to provide a better product to help these people get their medicine that they need for cancer patients, for glaucoma, it's been proven time and time again how useful it is in medicinal purposes. These people aren't coming in there looking to get high. They're coming in there looking to get relief. And that's why I am involved in this. This is why I've been working within the dispensary to help educate the public, everybody that comes in there. We ask them, hey, have you ever done this before? We educate them thoroughly on how to take the medication, how to use it in their lives, when they should not use it. You know, we instruct everybody continuously. It's an education process. It's a service to people that are looking for alternative medications to get off opiate drugs and everything else that are proven to be very harmful. There is no direct link or correlation with marijuana use as far as deaths or overdoses. You cannot actually physically overdose on a product. You might hate what happened to you. You might have taken too much, and you might not be too appreciative of what's going on in your life during that process. However, you cannot actually physically die. I know personally because I had my adult son, somebody gave him a root beer. It was 100 milligram root beer. He didn't know that it was THC. He drank the entire thing. You're only supposed to take like that much at a time. And he managed to get very sick, very ill. I called poison control. I asked them, what can I do? The lady said, I'm sorry, honey, there's nothing you can do. He's just going to have to ride it out. The good news is he can't die from it. And this is medical professionals telling me, please stop worrying. Well, I'm going to worry because my son was, sick on the floor in the bathroom, so I had to do my best to try and, so I've had lots of experiences with people having issues with this, but I've also had the other spectrum where people are in desperate need of options because they don't want to smoke. They don't want to do this. This is just another avenue that we can do. And we're cutting out the middleman, and we're not making a bunch of money for everybody else outside of the area. We're basically keeping it here, keeping it local, and making sure that local patrons, because we do serve mostly locals in our store, are the ones that are being taken care of.
Okay. Thank you.
That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, I think that ends it. So I'm going to close the public hearing for the public input at this time. Now, at this point, we can entertain discussion between the council members, and if Mr. Coughlin, is he still with us?
Yes, I'm still here, and I have one question, if you don't mind.
Okay, but it's for the council now.
Yeah, this is Coughlin.
What?
This is Coughlin speaking.
Yes, it's for we've closed the public portion, so your comments will be just for you and the rest of the council.
Oh, okay. I was just going to try and clarify something with Samantha. Mr. Castles keeps talking about how there was a change in what was approved. I just wondered what the actual what the actual conditions that were approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Let me defer to our attorney to make sure I don't start this all over again. Mr.
You guys can ask specific.
You
guys can ask specific questions.
Oh, we can ask specific questions. Okay. So, Councilor Coughlin, Samantha's back up here. Did you hear the question in its entirety? Yes. You'll have to hit that speaker again.
It's off, Samantha.
There you go. Wait. There you go.
So within our staff recommendations, we listed that any future expansion of manufacturing activities, including but not limited to extractions or any manufacturing that requires a Class 3 or higher, shall be required to obtain a conditional use approval by the Planning Commission. Number 2, meet the minimum parking requirement for parking or apply for a variance to deviate from code requirements. 3, obtain proper permitting from the New Mexico State Fire Marshal's Office for venting and hood suppression. 4, obtain building permits needed for the change of occupancy. 5, obtain proper permits from the New Mexico Environment Department. 6, the applicant shall make no substantial changes in plans without obtaining the Planning Commission's approval. And 7, by accepting approval of the conditional use, the applicant agrees to comply in a timely manner with the standards and conditions set. Failure to comply may lead to court enforcement.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I mean, just to clarify what all those conditions were, and then also to point out that in the past, there have been circumstances where somebody has been granted a conditional use with certain conditions, and those conditions were not met, and their special approval was then revoked. So that is the power that we have over making sure that any applicant for any alterations follows through on what they're supposed to do.
Okay. Any other counselors have any other comments?
I'd just like to have Zach, if he would just respond to Mr. Hassel's comments.
Hassels?
He made, he referred to the 3 different conditional, as far as points as far in the conditional
You want to speak to the mic so everybody can
He
hear you.
referred to 3 different areas as far as the requirements in the conditional use, claiming that they haven't been met. So I would like to hear a response to his comments.
Mr. Castles was referring to section 5468 of your land use ordinances, which is entitled Conditional Use Permit Approval. And subsection D of that says review and decision by Planning Commission. No conditional use permit shall be given for a use which is not listed in this article as a conditional use in the particular district in which it is proposed to be located. The Planning Commission shall consider the effect of the proposed use upon the health, safety, and general welfare of occupants of surrounding lands. So, Ms. Cerna, how do you feel like the Planning Commission and the Council today has considered the health, safety, and general welfare of this proposed conditional use?
I feel that has been taken into account. Mr. Castles also stated that the Planning Commission was not made aware that that was to be part of their decision. But if you turn to page 7 of the case study that was prepared for the Planning Commission, it is highlighted in there that they need to look at this, and they may grant the application imposing any conditions and safeguards that they deem necessary, or they may deny the application. And so this is always provided when we have a conditional use application within the case study. So they were made aware of those health, safety, and general welfare of surrounding lands.
You also heard testimony, Council and Mayor, about the need of the community for medicinal use cannabis, which could go to your health and safety and welfare of the community as well. It's up to you how you weigh the evidence and how you apply it. But, you know, you heard lots of testimony in general about the health, safety, and welfare, the effects on the health, safety, and welfare of the community. The next thing to be considered is the existing and anticipated traffic conditions. I think we had a lot of conversation about that, including parking facilities. And on adjacent streets and the land, there was lots of testimony about that. There was competing testimony about how that number was arrived at. Your job as the quasi-judicial body now is to weigh that evidence and make a determination of, you know, that's how you consider those issues. The impact upon the natural environment, there was lots of testimony on both sides, good and bad, about the smells that might come out of there or whatever else impact it might have on people with lung conditions or whatever. Again, that's your job to weigh the evidence and decide what's most compelling for you on your consideration of this conditional use permit. And then the effect of the proposed use on the comprehensive plan. Sam, can you speak to that?
There you go.
This application for Mr. Duke is in line with our 2019 comprehensive plan, as it provides for revitalization of economic growth. And we do believe that he is providing opportunity for a new business industry within our community.
The last part of that Mr. Castles was pointing out was the Planning Commission shall consider particularly the response of adjoining property owners. Mr. Mayor, you gave 3 opportunities for adjacent property owners to be sworn in and give testimony. It doesn't say you have to do what they want you to do or decide in their favor. It just says you have to consider with particularity. And I don't know when this hearing started, but, you know, I feel like you gave every opportunity for adjacent property owners to be heard, and I didn't see any of you sleeping through it. You were all kind of leaning in, and my perception was that you were giving you were considering particularly the responses of the adjoining property owners. If you don't feel like you were, then, you know, that could be problematic. But my perception is all on recording. If Mr. Castles can point out where you weren't giving particular consideration to their opinions or their comments on the matter, then we can deal with that in district court.
I've got one further question.
Okay.
It's just to clarify the parking. So the complaints about parking that have come forth, are they specifically related to just the employees, or are they patrons to the establishment and employees, or is it specifically related to employees, which Mr. Duke has addressed that he would take care of?
The complaints that have come of parking were during the public hearing and written comments that were made after we contacted those within the 200-foot radius. To keep it factual, I did my due diligence by contacting Chief Chavez and asked him to look at the call cards to see if there were even complaints that may not have received citations that his staff looked into. And since April 1st, there's not been a single call card related to parking.
Okay, so there weren't any patrons that were involved in any type of parking complaints? It was only the staff?
Councilor Eby, we don't have any complaints to our knowledge that have come into the police department.
Anything else? Anyone else?
No.
Okay, so do you think you have sufficient information? You've had time to think about it? And if we have, then I would like a motion in the affirmative. And if you would, Clerk, I think you know the answer to this, to overturn the planning and zoning takes a supermajority, 2/3?
2/3, yes, sir.
Okay, so that would take, because I don't get to vote, so that would take 4.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that would take 4 to overturn that, and then that's by our ordinance. And to uphold it would take a simple majority.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you all understand? Okay, so the motion I would look for would be to uphold the Planning and Zoning Commission, and there would be a vote yes or a vote no.
I think it would be to uphold the appeal. Right?
No, the appeal is asking turned over. We're saying to uphold the commission. That's what the vote's about.
So deny the appeal.
To deny the appeal. Is that the proper way?
That's what it says here, to either approve or deny the appeal.
Okay, to approve or deny the appeal. Okay, so here we got a negative on a negative. See, and they tell you not to do this. So the appeal, to deny the appeal would mean you are upholding the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Mr. Mayor, this may clarify it. I move to deny the appeal and further affirm the Planning Commission's decision as regards case of conditional use 2022-394 as pertinent to the residents of and business of 101 Meacham Drive, Ruidoso, New Mexico.
I second that motion.
Any other discussion?
Mayor, yes, before we vote, can I clarify something?
Yes.
You stated, I believe, that in order to overturn the planning and zoning, it requires 4 out of the 6 votes.
Yes.
But to uphold it, it needs a simple majority. Well, if we fail to get 4 out of 6 votes, doesn't that automatically uphold the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision?
Yes, by ordinance, correct?
Zach, you need to look into that.
I think
So we do not need a simple majority to uphold. you only need a supermajority to overturn the planning and zoning.
Since there's
Hold on, I believe Zach's looking.
need for
Right.
We're-
councilors present.
So the motion is
To deny.
Could we vote and then find out?
I'd rather hold off on that.
Because when we were in discussion on the rules of this, it was stated that to overturn the planning commission, there would need to be a 2/3 majority to overturn it, and that only a simple majority to uphold it.
But I'm saying that should be the only question is, do we overturn? If we do not overturn, then it automatically upholds it.
That's not by virtue of what your motion is. It's a simple motion, Mayor, if I may.
Go
My
right ahead.
interpretation is that we made a motion to deny the appeal. That's the vote.
And further affirm,
Yes. The planning commission's decision.
so.
and that's pretty straightforward, isn't it, Zach?
Says the council by 2/3 vote of all its members may, 1, reverse an order, 2, decide in favor of an appellate, or 3, make a change to any order.
I'm sorry, I can't hear Zach.
Sorry.
Okay, he's doing it again.
It says the council by 2/3 vote of all its members may, 1, reverse any order, 2, decide in favor of the appellant, or 3, make any change to any order. If the council fails to decide by 2/3 vote of all its members, or if it decides by a simple majority of those members present to uphold the decision of the planning commission, then the decision of the planning commission shall stand.
Is it 2/3 or simple?
Simple.
The motion was to uphold the decision of the planning commission.
It was
Well,
to deny the applicant
deny.
and uphold the decision of the.
So you can make a motion to uphold the decision of the planning commission.
That's what Gary did.
Restate your motion as a motion to uphold
Yeah, that's it.
In the positive, that's all I
the
was trying
decision
to
of
say.
the planning commission.
Then I would withdraw the motion if it's acceptable, and then reaffirm the motion as such.
You accept,
To
Hooker?
To affirm and accept the planning commission decision on case conditional use 2022-394 at 101 Meacham Drive, Ruidoso, New Mexico.
I second.
Clear?
Yes.
Yes,
Call
Yes.
the question.
or for me,
Everybody's clear? Coughlin?
the question.
Okay,
Yes.
so roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Did everybody?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I didn't hear everyone. I'm
We
sorry.
had a first and
Well,
a
no.
second.
Yes. Okay.
No further discussion.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Hooker.
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
And Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor
And I
Salas.
vote aye also.
I'm
so
sorry.
Salas.
Counselor Salas.
Aye. Okay, so it was unanimous in favor of the Planning and Zoning Commission to affirm Mr. Duke to be able to do his manufacturing.
That's correct.
Okay, that's the decision. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for attending. Now then, we'll come back to, let's take a 10-minute break, please.
Oh, don't go talk to them. Take the stuff outside. If y'all are going to continue discussing, can y'all step outside, please?
Would you, Chief, would you get them to moving on out? Yeah. Yeah.
That do what? I think, no, you're fine. I think Ron had it. I thought, no, Cheryl, I gave it to Cheryl. I know, I do too. And if he was cooking it, I would.
Well, when you get it, I'm here for you.
That's what I wanted to clarify, if it's patrons or.
Bring us back to life over there, Mr. Senna. Okay, we're live, and
Unmute your mic.
is everybody back? Okay, so now then, we'll continue on with regular item number 1 is the discussion and possible action on Certificate of Records Destruction number 2022-001.
Mayor and members of the governing body, this is a certificate of records destruction. I will be presenting a series of these at every meeting, and this is an attempt to start destroying records that have met the retention period. And the first set of records that I would like to present are business license and registrations from the years 1981 through 2015.
Okay. Do any of these have any historical significance at all? I mean, is there anything like that? Because I know one thing, we're at the Wingfield House, that's one of the things we're collecting is
Correct.
business
So,
license from 1948.
Correct. So these have a retention period of 3 years after the fiscal year
Okay.
in which they were closed, and they're issued yearly anyway.
Okay.
These have no historical value.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may say, Mayor, too, because I've done lots of research at the library off the Ruidoso News on microfiche there. They go back to the 1945 newspapers, and as they were printing the newspapers here, they were pretty detailed of the meetings held by the council.
Oh, yeah.
Because I had to, do quite a bit of research back for a while, so we have that access as well as getting rid of these records.
Correct. And minutes are a permanent record anyway, so we
Yes.
have
All
the
that,
minutes
too.
to always refer back to.
So, on that note, Mayor, I move to approve the certificate, or to approve action on Certificate of Record Destruction number 2022-001.
Second.
Final discussion? Roll call, please, Jenny.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
And Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Item number 2, discussion and possible action on Ruidoso Midtown Association Professional Service Agreement with the Village of Ruidoso for junior bill funds designated for operating funds of $80,000. And
Mayor, I'll go ahead and take this one here. If Samantha, if she does, she'll come back into the room. This is a junior bill appropriation that the village did receive at the last legislative session, and this funding was dedicated to the Midtown Association. They have provided a scope of work, and we will be preparing a grant agreement, and when they provide us the invoices, we will reimburse the Midtown Association, and then we'll submit for reimbursement from the state.
Okay.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I would like to approve action on Ruidoso Midtown Association Professional Service Agreement with the Village of Ruidoso for junior bill funds designated for operating funds of $80,000.
Second?
Okay, any final discussion? Roll call, please, Jenny.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Awesome, thank you. Item number 3, discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2022-55, a resolution establishing rules and regulations of the Meacham Meadows Housing Development at 99 Sunny Slope Drive. Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'll explain this, but I don't want to check off the record.
Sam?
Thank you, Samantha.
Did she say off the record?
She didn't want to discuss it off the record.
No.
This is for the property that's right across from the Little League baseball field.
Okay, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. This resolution has been updated since what you were provided in your packet. After the workshop meeting, you directed me to add an exhibit to define hardship and a process requirement for that. So the last 2 pages are just that. After researching other housing authorities and just general information of what would be applicable to a hardship, this is what I have come up with for you all. Of course, it can be amended however you all like or omitted as well.
Coughlin, you don't have this, do you?
No, he doesn't.
Oh.
I would like to read it into the record to him if that would be okay with you all.
Okay.
Sure.
That would help, please.
Yes, and I apologize, Councilor Coughlin. So I have it labeled Exhibit D, Hardship Policy and Process Requirements. Hardship policy must address the following. Requirement, applicable family situations. Describe the situations in which a family might experience a financial or other hardship, including, and the first bullet is, the family has experienced a decrease in income because of change of circumstances, including loss or reduction of employment, death in the family, or reduction in or loss of earnings or other assistance. Or the family has experienced an increase in expenses because of changed circumstances for medical cost, child care, transportation, education, or similar items, or a McBride fire victim, or such other situations and factors determined by the village to be appropriate. The next section is labeled Process for Village Review and Determination. When a resident requests a hardship exemption from a property rental agreement, the village and the property manager must take the following actions. The bullet below says, determine whether a hardship exists within a reasonable time after the family request. And so the next indented bullet reads, if the request does not meet the hardship standards, the property manager must resume the rental activity and collect any retroactive rent, if applicable, through a reasonable repayment agreement. The next one reads, if the request does meet the hardship standard, the property manager must continue to provide an exemption for the rental activity at a reasonable level and duration according to the property manager's written policies. So then there's another section that's labeled Recovery of Damages. Should a tenant receive a hardship waiver and not pay a deposit fee, the tenant shall agree to pay per damage. This agreement will be entered into prior to move-in. The next section reads Resident Notification. In addition to including the rental agreement, policies in the property manager's contract and the Village of Ruidoso Housing Trust Fund, the property manager is required to 1, notify residents of its hardship policy at intake, 2, review its hardship policy with residents at recertification, and consider if a resident qualifies for a hardship exemption when assistance is to be terminated due to a rental contract activity. The next section reads Grievance Procedure. The property manager must provide a process for how a family is to request a second level review if their hardship request is denied.
Hold on just a minute, Samantha. Councilor Coughlin, that was everything on page 8. If you need anything, repeat it.
No, I get that. I understand that. I just am questioning whether the way it's worded, the way I heard it, is the decision becomes that of the property manager. And I think that the property manager then needs to come back to the village to grant a waiver. It shouldn't be up to the property manager to approve or deny any type of hardship request.
I thought it was the manager.
So it says the process for village review and determination. So it would be working with the village and property manager to take the actions, but all of the correspondences would be on the property manager to make the correspondences with them.
But that's for the review. So that's if the tenant disagrees with what the property manager decision is. That's the way I understand it, correct?
No, this is after the applicable family situations, and then it talks about process for review and determination, which includes the village and the property.
During that process, I did not hear that it's with the village manager. I thought that was all having to do with the property manager. And I'm sorry, Ron texted it to me, but I'm driving and I can't look at it right now.
That's okay. And it doesn't specify village manager, so if we want to put a specific job in there or just leave it vague as village. There are 3 additional subsections, though, that I haven't read to you.
Somehow I think we need to define who constitutes the village as far as making that decision.
Say that again. What do you say?
Whether
there needs to be somebody
whether that's
defined
through
in
an
the village.
internal process or whether that's defined in here, that's, I wouldn't mind it just being an internal process that's not defined here, but somehow we need to define who is able to make those, who is able to act on behalf of the village.
I would say the manager.
Or
their
designee.
Yes.
And where would that be inserted?
Mayor Crawford, council, I would agree with that, the mayor or their designee.
Designate, yeah. If the manager's gone on vacation or whatever, so then the manager would designate somebody else.
But I see how easy we are to give on this again. How do you, family has experienced a decrease in income because of changed circumstances, including loss or reduction of employment? Is that by choice? Because I have a lot of those that they choose.
Yep.
And then death in the family, I get it. A reduction or loss in earnings or other assistance. I understand that. But then are we just going to permanently waive their rent? Are we going to permanently reduce their rent? We're in this is affordable workforce housing. We are stewards of the people's investment in money. And then when we come down to such, the process for review and determination on, if they're not going to pay a deposit for damages, that if there's no damage, they get it refunded. But it down says, should a tenant receive a hardship waiver, not pay a deposit fee, the tenant shall agree to pay per damage. This agreement will be entered into prior movement. So I don't know. Give me an example of that. Are you saying the deposit is X and then over the next 4 months you can pay that deposit? Because if there's no deposit, I guarantee you they move out, there's not going to be any payment. I mean,
Right.
I've been around the block on this, and I've tried to express that we're, some people are in these positions for a lot of reasons, and some of them are self-inflicted.
Mayor, if I could make a comment before she answers that. I agree with you totally. Because this really is just open. It's really just, to me, the way it's worded. And then, of course, you've got to come up with a policy that describes hardship. And I believe that during our workshop meeting, we talked about that a hardship. Well, what I brought up was to specifically relate to McBride fire victims. But this here is starting to get into a range of that encompasses 50% of your population or more.
Yeah.
And to but I don't recall any discussion of where they were not going to have any deposit at all. We could prorate it out for a few months and then collect the deposit that way, and that would be a way to help alleviate and help with the hardship. But to open a blank like this, I can see where everybody, when they fill out an application, is going to apply on a hardship. So I just,
Or get in and then claim hardship.
it's a little bit too broad, a little too, that's why I just thought that maybe the McBride fire victims, after that, I mean, it's cut and dry what the policies are.
And then it's just like our water bill, guys. I mean, we get people, you pay a deposit, you get in, you've got good credit history with the village, you can get a deposit waived.
Yes.
And then if you get behind on your water bill, you make a phone call, come in and talk to us, and we work it out with you as long as you're working it out with us. And that's simple. This seems to say, here's a big old truck, drive it right through this deal, and welcome to the family. Here's what it looks like to me.
Here's my 2 check stubs for income verification, move in, and then I quit my job.
Because it doesn't say, it doesn't define why you don't have a job. It's just if a decrease in income because of changed circumstances, including loss or reduction. It didn't say because of one's own problem.
I used to work at the Jockey Club.
Well, here's the other issue is we came up with that calculator and we put in all kinds of items into that calculator to determine what the rent is. The one thing we don't have in there is a contingency fund for hardship. So if now we're going to allow a contingency because somebody lost their job through whatever or something has happened within their individual circumstances that they can't pay all the rent, so we're going to reduce the rent. Well, there's no contingency for that. And that's what part of that rent goes back to pay for the cost of the development, the cost of the housing, the cost of maintenance and repairs and so forth.
Correct. And I'm surprised.
So I agree with Joe in that, he initially stated, and I don't remember specifically that it was only for McBride fire victims. Personally, you come up with your deposit or you don't have your deposit, one or the other. But if you want to do, say, a maximum of 4 months for McBride fire victims to come up with their security deposit, I could get on that boat. But I'm not for anything else. All the other situations, there are other subsidized housing available for those types of situations. And I feel for those people, but at the same time, we need to be stewards of the public money and to maintain that property.
And we haven't even talked about the anti-donation. How do you do one person? We can't do it with their water bill. So what would make us think we could do it for housing?
Mr. Mayor, since this is specific for McBride fire victims, could we just work on this outside of this resolution and maybe contact the Lincoln County Community Foundation and see if there's any assistance they could work with these people?
I didn't know this was specific for just because you've mentioned McBride fire victim or such other. It's listing, this is encompassing everybody.
Right. I was just trying to put together a hardship policy of doing research of other housing authorities to bring to you all as ideas.
So I would say the McBride fire victims, of course, but as far as I go with that, you have a deposit.
Mayor, the answer to your anti-donation question is that it's in the Constitution, that the Constitution gives municipalities the ability to adopt affordable housing. It gives the legislature the ability to pass the Affordable Housing Act, which it did, and within the statute, the Affordable Housing Act, that gives municipalities the ability to do this. So it's the, what do you call it? Anti-donation comes from the Constitution, but the Constitution made an exception to itself by saying that the legislature can pass an Affordable Housing Act. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's the way you get around the.
That wouldn't apply to the water bill that goes to this house.
No.
I would say let's go back to the original language that was presented at the workshop. Move forward with that. In the meantime, let Samantha contact the Community Foundation, see if there's anything else that can be done. And then if necessary, come back and we could revise that amendment specifically to do with McBride fire victims.
And I just refer to page 2, where our monthly rental costs, are all the way from $835 to $1,002 for new homes. And that is more than competitive with anything that's in the community.
I do worry about the all-electric,
Deposits and
no, the
Oh,
being
utility.
all-electric,
the utility.
that's a
Well,
rough one.
and I'll tell you, some of these folks that I do know right now that are applying, they have space heaters. You don't want to know what that electricity bill is. These are insulated homes. I mean, these are built for the mountains, that they're the newest thing. And so, I mean, there's only so much that we can fix. And here's your housing. So now how do we have some way to ensure that we're going to take reasonably good care of it, and the people that are in it, we're going to take reasonably good care? How do we do all things? We've already got a super inexpensive get in, and I don't know what else we can do. I think that we make an exception for the victims of the McBride fire, and that everybody else pays the deposit.
So how do we vote on this then, Mr. Mayor, with this? Would we have to say to this minus this Exhibit D?
No, this wasn't what
No,
was
this is-
posted with the agenda. This was just handed us today to be considered to be as an amendment to what was posted on the agenda. So we could still take action, like Tim said, and I agree with you, Tim, that we take action, get that going, then do more research, and then we could come back and discuss this portion later. But what was posted on our agenda is minus these 2 pages.
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
And Mayor Crawford, members of the council, I agree with that. That'd be the way to proceed with this item.
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt Resolution 2022-55.
Second.
Any final discussion?
I just have a question on that. If we pass this now, since the move-in tentatively to try to get some residents in, the housing is in January.
February.
February?
Yeah,
Okay,
it
so
was-
I read January somewhere.
It's middle end of February.
So this won't
Maybe.
affect their application
Maybe.
process.
And Mayor Crawford, members of the council, like the mayor said, they won't be moving into February. If we have any other items we need to bring back to council, we can bring a additional item to the January meeting.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
But I believe that whether we approve this resolution or deny it, if it's approved, it allows the property manager to start moving forward and taking applications
Exactly.
in anticipation of moving in on February.
Yes.
That is correct. Thank you, Councilor Copeland.
And this includes the Meacham property and the 99 Sunny Slope.
Yes.
Okay, so is there any other discussion? Roll call, please, Jenny.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Coughlin?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, folks. We'll move on to item number 4. I'm sorry I'm making this so
Mayor, I'm
difficult.
going to go ahead and drop off the call. Concentrate on my driving right now.
Well, I was surprised you were thinking and driving. I was really worried, so drive on,
Can
my
you believe
friend.
that? I know. Well, that's what a little bit of sunshine and warm weather does for you.
Okay, okay. All right.
Okay, thank you.
Be careful.
I'll see you guys. Bye.
All right, bye-bye. Item number 4, discussion and possible action on relocating the Wingfield Market from Wingfield Park to Country Club on the corner of Country Club and Sudworth Drive. Yes, sir. Matt and Samantha?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is to move what is now known as Wingfield Market to the Country Club property. During our workshop, we had some questions about some mobile vending and some food trucks. And so we brought back to you, you should have in your packet, I'm not sure if I made your full packet, but you got a handout today of a map and then also some literature talking about, but we're proposing limiting it to 3 food trucks per market. So per weekend or Saturday, it'd be 3 food trucks. And those would be Basically, they could, at the beginning of the season, all food trucks that are interested could let us know what weekends they're available, and staff would make a schedule so it wouldn't be the same food trucks. We talked about the fees, raising the fees for the food trucks specifically, and we are proposing raising those to $100 per week. They're in a prime location in Midtown, and so I believe, talking with Sam, we believe that that's going to be a pretty fair rate for those food trucks. That would leave all other vendors set up in the area at that $35 for the full market, however.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead.
Just, it seems like it's opening it up for a little, what's the word I'm looking for? You said 3 that want to sign up, but what's the criteria? Well, you did it this week, you don't get to do it again, or if we get to that second or third time and nobody else has signed up, do they get to come back and try it again? That really, because again, and I'll mirror what the mayor said, that's a sticky wicket. That thing, people will get a little excited about that.
So one thing, Mayor and Councilman Hooker, that we're proposing is that there's only one type of each food truck at the event. So we have a max of 3. That doesn't mean we have to have 3 every weekend. Also, if we only have 2 people say they're interested in bringing a food truck, then, and they're available every weekend, nobody else wants to come in, then, they have the option, but it's by the week. It's not, they don't get it for the whole time frame.
Okay, so where's that written? Where's that gonna be somewhere that said, so that when I'm the guy that goes up and I go, hey, Matt, how come you're letting Miss Letterman put her food truck there twice? I came in, I didn't know about this till the end. Why can't I go in there?
Do you have a Wingfield market policies, procedures?
Not currently, but that is what we can write for this.
It's like Counselor Coughlin would say when they're doing that policy, it's being the worst employee in the world. Well, now I'm the guy that I want my vending truck there all the time. And when you tell me why and I can find a hole in it, I'm liable to do that, so.
This is also something we could go out to do a type of like an RFP for at the beginning of the season, so we do the full advertising on it. And then we can say that you had the opportunity, it was fully advertised.
It's your cat's skin, but I'm just throwing.
No, definitely, thank you for that. We look for these recommendations.
Mayor, I would suggest just doing 2 food trucks. And the week, I'm assuming, is Sunday through Saturday.
So no, it's just for the Saturday of the market.
Okay, you need to specify that because a week to me is Sunday through Saturday. Okay, so make sure on that. So now if it's only Saturday only, I would suggest that we double that $100 per Saturday or weekend on our holiday weekends because they'll want to be there Monday as well.
So they are only allowed per ordinance to be there with the special event of the market.
Okay,
So it's only during the time frame that the market is open.
so that would be the Saturday, Sunday
It would just-
on the 4 holidays that we have in the summer and then also in the winter, right?
No winter, because there will be no market.
There will be no market on the weekends, just Saturdays only.
Don't be surprised.
It'd be 9 to 1,
Like
the
the,
current market.
yeah, this was built off of the, vegetable, whatever,
Right.
market, and then it's kind of grown into a few more things, but it's specified that it's going to be when.
So it's during the current market, it's going to be March to October.
March to October,
Yes, sir.
from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Just on a Saturday.
Just Saturday.
Saturdays, just Saturdays.
Just Saturday.
And the trucks after 1 o'clock, then they can't sell anymore?
Correct, per ordinance, our special event's over, so they're not allowed to sell anymore.
And they're gone.
Yes, sir.
And so Parks and Rec people will be naturally, as they always are, out there and making sure that people are packing up and moving.
Yes, sir. And we can adjust those hours or that time frame, the dates frame, per y'all's request.
I've been being in the food business a long time. If you're going to be out there from 9 to 1, $200 per stout. $100, you're serious. You're going to get in there and you're going to be prepared. I would say 2, because you're going to divide up the profitability, that they're not going to be able to make any money. we're hopefully that we're figuring in that $100 is covering what they would collect in GRT. And we'll have to make sure they got their health permits, where they're, all that stuff's done, where they're dumping.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying 200?
No, I'm saying
Two
two
trucks.
vendors, 100.
At 100. And I didn't know, or I forgot that it's only that.
One
4
day
hour,
for,
one
yeah, I was
day.
thinking
thought it was the weekend.
the 2
And if
days.
it was through Memorial Day or Cinco de Mayo or something like that, then we would have something else.
I'm not against them making money, I just don't want it to impede the
Right.
bricks
I
and mortar
understand-
businesses
I
down the street.
understand that.
So, okay, I mean, I think we're talking about 2 food trucks. I can still do the $100.
Yep.
Again, you're talking about putting out a RFP or,
I mean, looking for recommendation from the council on how to bid for those food truck spots. I think they're going to be competitive. And so that's,
Mr. Mayor, I think the RFP is a good idea, but I also think for another reason, all these conditions that we put forth have to be plainly stated in that RFP. So there
Yes.
can't be any comeback that I didn't know, or I want to be open till 3, or, no, because this is what you agreed to.
Right.
and these conditions are, there's 2 of you and we're charging you $100 and you have to meet all the criteria. That's pretty easy to meet. So how are you
You have
going
to
to
be
just,
out of there by 1 o'clock or whatever it is.
and how are you going to pick the 2 for the whole season?
so we're proposing not the full season. So they can give us a schedule of what weekends they would prefer. And then we will make a schedule off that, trying to keep them equitable. And, so, if let's say there's 20 weeks, so that's 40 slots. If I have 20 food trucks, well, then they each get 2 slots. Within, working towards that kind of thing. And if they only say they can only be there 1 weekend, then that's, if we do have a slot open that weekend,
Then you'll go to a rotating and pick up the next one.
yes, sir.
So are you going to have any kind of provisions just in case the village wants to have some sort of event there that you don't, because if you got every weekend booked up or every Saturday booked up with the marketplace, then that leaves your village out from having any other type of weekend event there.
Yeah, so we can always, out in advance, know that. The issue is if we do award for the full season each weekend, then they have, they're awarded that. Part of the reason is also moving this to country club properties because we don't have a lot going there during that season. We have a lot going in Wingfield Park.
Well, we don't have it there because we haven't developed
Yeah,
that
so-
master
yeah.
plan.
But, at Wingfield Park, they had it every Saturday, but they also had
Other events.
Other events. So even if we have it at Country Club, there can be other events.
Because we had discussed having a new little stage or having
Yes, sir.
plays out there on Saturday, musicians playing at the same time.
Yes, sir. Which we have the stage and the plans to go ahead and have that going on at the same time.
I don't think it has to be an either or situation.
No, I wouldn't say an either or. I was just saying looking forward
Yeah.
ahead and not trying to say, oh,
Sure.
well, we could.
No, I think that's a great point because I know us, we'll come up with something to cram in there.
But then ending by 1 o'clock also gives us the evening. All the vendors should be out by 2, and so that gives us plenty of time for.
So you're going to put in there non-exclusive language for them?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what I would do to discuss, I think I would like to see it in writing before we vote on it.
Fair.
So is there anything else that the council would like to see them wordsmith, massage?
I just wanted to hear in this vendor area, are these trees going to be taken out, or some of them, or most of them, or what? On the map?
This is an older map. Some of those trees have been cleared out, but the other ones are high enough up, trimmed high enough up that our tents can sit under them and
Okay.
they won't impede. So.
So you're proposing putting the food trucks right on Sutherland?
Yes, sir. There's on-street parking there that we can put them in, and their order window will be into the park.
Oh, on the street.
And so that keeps them off of the grass and out of the park.
I'd rather have them in the grass.
Because that's a nasty corner.
It is.
When people are
They're a
coming
blind
up
spot.
off Country Club, to take that left, as
And,
Counselor Jackson always says, it's hard to make left-hand turns in the village in the summer.
and then if you park and put big trucks right there for somebody that pulls up at that intersection to take a left,
You can't see it.
Sketchy.
So Ixnay, on the street parking A,
Yep.
and then 40 by 50 will fit an average per 20 week. Is that what you normally have?
No, 40 to 50 vendors a max. They averaged 20 vendors a week
Okay.
this past year.
Okay.
So Mayor
That's what I
Crawford,
was saying. You said up to 50 will fit, but we only average 20.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Crawford, members of the council, do you want us to postpone this item to the January meeting? That way we can work with.
Yes.
Then
and
we'll work
just-
with Zach too, and whatever documents we need or contracts, we can have those prepared and have it vetted.
So in there, you need the non-exclusive language. And then you need the language on the RFP or how you're going to choose these people and set the calendar. The food trucks will then be relocated on property, which is usually on the backside closer to the stage because they can go through that parking lot easy there.
Okay.
And then you can move stuff either towards the street because you're going to fill it up because of the exposure that you're getting.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
So anything else?
And Mayor Crawford, members of the council, I know that the Region 9, they said we could utilize some of their parking.
Yeah.
We need to have an MOA with them in order to utilize that, so we'll have to
Yep.
work on that too. That'd be good to have that prior to,
Yeah, reach
that
out
way
to
you'll have
Brian
the additional
Dooley
parking.
Or have one of us contact him, set that up because he did that, but we do need an MOA. Or, yeah. Okay,
Mayor?
yes?
So will the governing body be voting on the relocation tonight at this meeting and address the specifics later? Or deal with it as a whole?
It doesn't say anything about mine just says.
relocating.
Yeah, just the relocation is all that's on the agenda.
We can bring back a policy for the market and a site plan and
That would be better.
Yeah, because all this says is that we're relocating it from Country Club. I
From
mean,
Wingfield to
From
Country
Wingfield
Club.
to,
Yeah, so we can vote on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the follow-on will be the
right.
Yes.
a whole
The
nother
meat.
agenda item.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve relocating the Wingfield Market from Wingfield Park to Country Club on the corner of Country Club and Suttereth Drive.
Second.
Discussion, final. Roll call, please, Jenny.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Item number 5.
Thanks, Matt.
Discussion and possible action on award of RFP number 2023-006P to the Liberty Inc. for promotion services and JNS Sound Entertainment for promotion and production services for the Village of Ruidoso, authorizing the Mayor Crawford to execute contract. Yeah, that Texan slipped out right
Yeah, it
there,
did.
man.
Whew.
I'm
Yikes.
surprised I didn't get slapped.
No, this item here, you can have. So Mayor Crawford, members of the council, this RFP was advertised, and I'll let Matt here, Tim Roberts, he's not here with us at this time. This is a multi-award to JNS Pro Sound and the Liberty Incorporated, and this for doing the promotions for all the village for our special events that we've been having. So now we're going to have two companies. We'll be able to utilize two different companies for doing the promotion, for gaining the promotions, and then also with the contracts and having the special events.
So when that was clear when they applied that we're picking two?
So this is a multi-award RFP. So it didn't classify two, or it could be any number. So basically what this was is it gives us an opportunity to pick from any group of them instead of having to stick to one or go out each time for each event. And so
So does that mean, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor.
You go right ahead.
If you've got these two vendors, and do they then have to make further proposals for, say, we wanted to, or each event, right? They would have to then pitch again and then you would pick which one you choose?
Pretty much, yes, sir. It allows us to choose from multiple vendors, so, we can say, hey.
No, you're picking two.
Well, yes, between these two, but.
There's no more after this. There's just these two.
So, at this time, yes, sir.
Yep.
Well,
And so we can basically, for like a Ride Ruidoso, we can say we have Ride Ruidoso event. What can y'all bring to the table? What acts and things can you bring to the table for this event?
That's something
They'll each
we've
come
done in the past. Is that, may I ask, finance, is that a normal procedure?
Counselor Hooker and Mayor, in some of the events that we started learning about, we noticed that sometimes the promoter would say they would get an act and they wouldn't get it far enough in advance. And so sometimes we were up against the wall, so we're hoping that if we can go between two of them, we can establish maybe one gets the acts and the other does the production. And so that we can streamline the timeline of securing acts. And now that we have two promoters, we're casting a bigger net into entertainers on all levels, because not everybody knows everybody, so it was just an opportunity for us to try to learn and expand our experience, now that we're getting into the business of doing events. And as we learn, we just know that sometimes the prices of production, when you only have one person, are dramatically inflated because they know they have you by the neck. And so we're hoping that if we have multiple awards, maybe we go with one festival and we only use that one promoter and we see that they jacked us up on all the prices, then we can just go to the other promoter and maybe get a more reasonable cost. So this was an attempt to just try to get our own knowledge and experience in promoting events and learning all the different promotion costs and different things. And hopefully now that we have two people competing, or that there's always somebody in the background, we might be getting more reasonable costs.
And Mayor Crawford, Councilor Hooker, there was some, we had an event, say in June, and then we had another in July, and we're working with the same promoter, and we're trying to get this one booked, so we'll already have somebody there to help each one book a separate event, because it just gets overwhelming.
I got you. Thank you.
Sound like you've been negotiating with longshoremen, didn't it? Jacking them up, got them by the neck.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. That makes it clear. Okay, does anybody have any questions?
I move that we accept RFP number 2023-006P to the Liberty Inc. for promotion services and J&S Pro Sound and Entertainment for promotion and production services for the Village of Ruidoso, authorizing Mayor Crawford to execute contract.
Any final discussion? Do you know who your second was?
Counselor Jackson.
Okay, roll call, please.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
Who did I forget?
Hooker?
Counselor Hooker.
Aye.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt.
Item number 6 is discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2022-57, a resolution amending the Village of Ruidoso Watershed Advisory Committee policy. Yes, sir, Mr. Boyda, your last, final desperate attempt before he leaves. What can I do for you?
Mayor Crawford, councilors, I'm Eric Boyda, the Water Resource Director. And at this last Watershed Advisory Committee, we had proposed a new set of policies for the committee, and the membership would like to expand it to 7 members to include the capital projects program, which was kind of added on after we had created the committee, and then to create one spot for a voting membership for someone from the governing body. We also changed it so that the Water Resource Department would take sole responsibility of administrative support before it rotated between Water Resource, Forestry, and Parks and Rec. And it's not working when it changes every year.
No.
And then we're making sure to stay in compliance with the Open Meetings Act. So Samantha was going to help the committee get through that process.
Okay,
So if you guys do adopt this resolution, next month is when you would assign a governing body member.
and a capital project manager or designee.
Correct. So Christella was going to sit on the committee unless it got in the way of her current duties. And then it's up to you guys, but I would highly recommend that Councilor Letterman be appointed to it because she has been attending since it was created.
Okay. All right, does anybody have any questions or?
I'll make a motion to adopt Resolution 2022-57, a resolution amending the Village of Rio Doce Watershed Advisory Committee policy.
Second. Any discussion? Roll call, please, Jenny.
Counselor Hooker.
Aye.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And to
Thank you,
Thanks,
Eric.
Eric.
make a note, Jenny, to ask Counselor Letterman formally and Christella. And then I guess we'll need a backup. Do y'all have backup designees on this panel board? No? Well, we'll need her designee anyway. Okay, thank you. Item number, where am I at? 7, discussion and possible action on adoption of Resolution 2022-58, a resolution electing to join the National Purchasing Cooperative operating as a national buy board. This is a good deal here. Come on down, Judy.
Mayor, this is a resolution. Buy Board is another procuring cooperative similar to CES that we currently use. And as you know, CES has additional fees for using
Oh, boy.
their procurement. So Buy Board currently does not have any of those fees. And it opens up some of the contractors out of, I believe, West Texas that were on CES contracts who were acting as subcontractors to New Mexico vendors. And the New Mexico vendor was adding a fee for the contractor. So now if we join Buy Board, we can go straight to the contractor in West Texas. Stephen Aragon is going to use one of the vendors, I believe it's for the tennis courts. And they have a contract with Buy Board. If we had went through CES, he would have been a subcontractor
For them,
for somebody, and I believe they said they were going to charge us an additional
20%?
$75,000 just to be supervising on the job. So now we are going straight to the source. So this is just an opportunity to be aware of other contracts that we can use for some of our construction projects.
That's good. Mayor, I move to approve Resolution 2022-XX, a resolution electing to join the National Purchasing Cooperative operation as National Buy Board. That's the recommendation
Second.
on the memo that I saw, but it's Resolution 58.
Yes.
Second.
Okay, final discussion? Roll call, please, ma'am.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
Counselor Hooker.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
And Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Item number 8, discussion and possible action on first renewal agreement with Mosen Corbin and Associates, Inc. for professional engineering services for RFP 2022-006P for water resource projects.
Mayor Crawford, councilors, so what we're proposing here is to do the first renewal for the existing contract and task orders for Moles and Corbin. And then these existing task orders that are already under the contract would be the final projects that we would do under this contract. So right now, there's 4 projects that we are proposing to keep moving on this contract. That's the Eagle Creek Wellfield Phase 3, which you guys had just awarded to Roper Construction, and we're gonna start construction here probably in January, February. The Alto Reservoir Improvements, Phase 1, which is gonna rehab the water line from the Alto Reservoir up to the Eagle Creek Sports Complex. And we should have a contract through CES for TLC Plumbing to do the construction on the February council meeting. And so we're at 100% design for that project, and changing it would delay us meeting the next year's snowmaking season. The fine screen selection memo, which is going to be submitted to us tomorrow for review of the final draft. And then our inflow and infiltration study, which is part of our settlement agreement process with the Office of the State Engineer. So we'll work through these projects to finish them out with approval of this renewal, and then we'll go out to another RFP for the remaining projects that were under that existing RFP.
He's cute. He still says we.
Yeah. I was going to say, who's in your pocket?
Yeah.
So we get to swallow the bitter pill in advance of there being a better pill down the road.
Yes, that's right. Okay, any questions further?
I move that we accept the first renewal agreement with Moles and Corbin and Associates, Inc. for professional engineering services for RFP number 2022-006P, water resource projects.
Second.
Okay, discussion? Roll call, please, Jenny.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Jackson?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
I guess should team up with Tim Coughlin? No.
Yeah, he,
And Counselor Hooker?
I would have said no.
okay, thank you very much. Item number 9 is discussion of possible action on first renewal agreement with Moles and Corbin and Associates, Inc. for professional services for RFP 2022-004P, master planning and rate analysis.
Mayor Crawford, councilors, so this is a similar setup. We've already got the task orders in place for Moles and Corbin to do their 2 components for the master planning process, which includes the wastewater treatment master plan and then our sewer collections master plan. Both the plans are about 90% done. It doesn't make sense for us to not work with them to finish the product. But there wouldn't have even been another task order because it was just, all that we were doing was the master plan under that RFP.
Okay, any other questions?
I move that we accept for renewal agreement with Moles and Corbin and Associates, Inc. for professional services of RFP number 2022-004P, master planning and rate analysis.
Second.
Okay, any final discussion? Roll call, please, Jenny.
Counselor Letterman?
Aye.
Counselor Hooker?
Aye.
Counselor Eby?
Aye.
Counselor Salas?
No.
Counselor Jackson?
No.
Ooh, it's getting closer.
Getting closer. Where's Tim at?
I'd have got to vote.
Call him up. Oh, no, we
Threw me
can't.
once, but not twice.
I think you can tell people are really not happy with these guys. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Eric.
All right, that was his last official deal, I think.
Hoo-ha. That's it.
He got
All right,
frozen across the
discussion, item number 10, we got the big meat coming up to the table. Discussion and possible action on approval for rental purchase agreement with Wagner Equipment for lease of the 950M Caterpillar loader in the amount of $350,937.60, $5,800 per month for 60 months, including gross receipts tax. Great job again, you guys did today.
Yes.
You did a good job, so thank you very much for that.
No, my road didn't even get done. Just awful.
Call the
Okay.
office.
Shoot 'em up.
Yes, sir, Mayor, councilors, this is for our Caterpillar loader that we had put in July. I've been working with the finance and with Caterpillar to get all the paperwork and the actual lease agreement to get it turned in. And as of right now, that's,
When can you get it?
it's on order right now. Probably it'd be 6 months for the loader.
Yeah,
And,
and so that during the lease, they take care of the repairs, and when we went through this weighing, purchasing, leasing, that was kind of one of the big benefits, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The sampling and also for the oil and the fluids.
And how big's a 950 swag? I mean, is it,
We have a 924 right now, if you've seen the one that's in the yard.
Yeah.
It's like one size up from that, basically. I mean, it's about, we wanted to
small enough that we could use it, like our 966, but just one size up.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
I move that we approve the rental purchase agreement with Wagner Equipment for lease of 950M Caterpillar loader in the amount of $350,937.60, or $5,800 per month for 60 months, including gross receipts tax.
Second.
Okay, any final discussion? These two keep tying all the time. You keep giving it to Jackson.
It's all right,
So-
he's senior.
Roll call.
That's just what I heard.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
And Counselor Hooker.
Aye.
Okay, well, that concludes the regular agenda as posted. Now we'll enter into closed session. Could I have a motion to enter into closed session, please?
Mr. Mayor, I move that we move into closed session for discussion of limited personnel matters citing 1015-1H2 NMSA 1978. Further discussion subject to the attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation which the Village of Ruidoso is or may become a participant, citing 1015-1H7 NMSA 1978. And finally, discussion of the purchase, acquisition, and/or disposal of real property and/or water rights by the Village of Ruidoso, citing 1015-1H8 NMSA 1978. Any action taken as a result of the closed session we brought back into open session, and I so move.
Second.
Any
I think it was Joe first.
final discussion?
He's senior.
Final discussion. Roll call, please.
Counselor Jackson.
Aye.
Counselor Hooker.
Aye.
Counselor Eby.
Aye.
Counselor Letterman.
Aye.
Counselor Salas.
Aye.
Okay, we'll enter into closed session, and we'll be back shortly.
Mayor, do you need anybody specifically?
The only ones I can think of is the individuals that Zach's got to bring in.
Myself, okay.
And anybody else? I don't think so, because there's really nothing else to discuss, I know of. Not yet. Further discussion.
Just like that.